So, because the video is going to be split up into two parts, this is going to be the beginning of my itch variety spooky stuff. And I usually don't talk over music while it's playing. I don't really know how to balance that. So, the games that I have lined up are the following. I'll start with a short one. It's called Birdwatcher, where you are an aspiring cryptozoologist looking for a local legend. It's part of the 32-bit jam from fall 2022. So I'll start with that one, but later on, I'm probably going to do one called Get Home. PS1 style horror game. Where you are on your way home and stuff and increasingly more disturbing things happen. And then after that, I'm going to be doing one called VHS 1986, which it just says, a friend gave you a box of blank VHS tapes, so it seems like he gave you the wrong ones. It's a short horror game about VHS tapes that you shouldn't be watching. And then if everything goes well and I still feel like streaming, I'll move on to C.H.A.I.N. C.H.A.I.N is a collection of 20 horror games that are very short and have very different styles, and it's just all like one after another, but there's a continuous narrative throughout them all, and each game was made by a different person. Oh, it's a exquisite corpse style collection, and it was all created over the period of 6 months. And part of the theme is that the developers couldn't communicate with one another during development. So each of the devs' takes on the themes were kind of kept a secret. So you'll get like drastically different takes on the same idea. Oh, a lot of familiar names contributed to this too. Nice. All right. I'll start with the short ones. Beginning with Birdwatcher. This is the post-jam version. Spooky exe file by itself. Brace for potential loud. Because right when I open a game, I have to like go and quickly lower the audio levels. Ooh, this is made in Godot. Ah! Oh, that's piercingly loud. Holy crap. Okay. So, play as a cryptozoologist looking for a local legend. LCD overlay. Ooh. I'll just leave everything default. You can turn dithering off. Let's give it a shot. Oh, the background changed. Nice. The Mount Pius monster. I know he's out here somewhere. Oops. Once I've taken all the photos I need, I should come back to the trailhead. Got to figure out who made this. I like to make sure I mention the creators. This was made by Offmare. It is a programming graphics by Craig Snedeker, Abelio. Oh my god. Abolio Duro, Elegant Crow, Menacing Mecha, Screaming Brain Studios for all the graphics, and Soda Raptor did the box art for this game. Soda Raptor made a lot of really good games that you've probably seen Vinny play. The itch page is credited to Grunion, Grunion. What's a cryptozoologist? Someone who studies animals that may or may not exist. I think it's kind of like an unofficial term. Oh, the time of day was changing. Uh-oh. Wait, what was that? Oh, I can run, thank God. Cannot read these. Something Trail, Grunion's Overlook, Mount Padias Point. Alright. Having some pasta over here, I guess. Lakeside Trail, is that what it's at? Oh. Well, that's spooky. Oh, it moves when I move. Oh. No, it's the warp, the PS1 warping thing. There's been a continuous subject on this stream. They could have prevented that level of music. Sorry, I was reading chat. They could have controlled the warping. Oh, it's getting dark. I should probably get out here soon. Oh no, this is timed. If they added more polygons to that mesh, then the warping won't be as extreme. Anyway. Oh, it's timed. It's timed. Some music does help guide you. Oh, who's this little fella? Oh, adorable. Okay, I guess I got to photograph it until it stops making spooky noises. Ah, yeah, so the audio is definitely leading me to the evidence. So it's some kind of a bird creature, and one of its babies died. Nothing bad could possibly happen when it gets nighttime. Ooh. Magnificenta Caricharu. Just 3 mallards hanging out, no big deal. Do be warned that spooky games on itch, short indie spooky games, love their loud jump scares. I mean, I have a limiter on and I have audio down pretty low, but be aware, could have abrupt loudness. Oh, this didn't count? Oh, it highlights it when I can take... Okay. Great, I've gotten all the evidence I need. Now it's time to leave as the game stutters a second as something loads in. Yeah, when's the scarecrow gonna show up? Yeah, that one game that had one of the loudest sounds I've ever heard in a game. For no good reason either. It was very dumb. Hmm. Hey, do you want to share? I'm kind of hungry. Mount Pius monster revealed. 2 half-eaten bodies found. And there it is. Nice. Simple, to the point, and wasn't a really loud jump scare. Wait, anything changed when I play again? Always gotta check. That seems to be the same. I don't know if it's Palas, but I feel like it's probably Pius. Because Espanol. Now I am the monster. That would be fun. Oh, that's a good sound. Cool. That was Birdwatcher. Very short and to the point. That was well done. How about Get Home is next. And I feel like I've watched someone play this one before. So hello there, Methodus. So Get Home is by Retacris and Krejkoa or Krykoa. Says Get Home is a walker game where the player walks home in a PS1 style Japanese urban environment every day. Okay, on your trips in the dark, you will encounter increasingly more disturbing events. Mm, so the only abilities are to walk and zoom. So we're going to be a zoomer when we play this game. Starts in windowed mode. I like it. Good start. Actually, I mean, I genuinely do like it when it's in windowed, so it doesn't full screen and I have to tab out and all that. Oh my god, is plane taking off? May 17th. It's been a long day. Capture, please. There we go. Oh, wow. This is hardcore filters. And look at this guy. Look at that face. So, can I help you? What's this? That's a huge fire hydrant. Jeez. Or am I really short? Is this like a man from the Bible? Is this Moses? I know, it's like a cardboard cutout. It's supposed to be in Japan, yeah. Stop, 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 stop. See, can't you tell it's Japan? Look at this. I don't have an interact key. I'm instinctively trying to push like E and F and click on everything, but I can only zoom. I'm just here to be a witness, not a participant. I don't think Japanese police cars look like this. This is like squad cars from like 1980s New York. Guess I don't know what they look like in Japan. The footsteps are too infrequent for how fast I'm moving. But maybe that's good. If they're going at the proper rate from my movement, to be like dit 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 dit. Spooky raven, it sounds like. Crows are the ones that caw. Ravens are the ones that croak. Oh, damn, that's spooky. They croak in a bird-like way. And we're like, instead of, ah. Wait, spooky? Where? String section needs to settle down. Look at this polygon. It's a good polygon. Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. Can't jump. Oh, I'm home. I should really get home. It's like 10 p.m. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. That's just like my second trip home. Damn, what did you do? Can't tell if that's water or gas. So I guess it's falling, so it's gotta be water. An entire building is demolished? What happened last night? Just a regular cat with some tea lights. How's it going? can't pet the cat, unfortunately. I can only zoom. It's like all the Zoomers in Twitch chats, they can only zoom. Zoom in like they zoom TikTok. Was there paper on the ground? Oh, I can use the diagonal exploit. Where, what is it, vector math used in player movement? That moving diagonal slightly faster than just moving straight forward. Under the street lamp. Yeah, they didn't normalize the vector. Oh, you said under the street lamp. So the flickering one? Were you seeing that? Front of the gate. Yeah, I think these are just spotlights. Yeah. Well, good eye, though. Things are definitely getting increasingly more disturbing, as promised. Yeah, just need to collect 8 notes. And not look at the jump scare monster. I made it home. Day 3. I need to get home. An airplane takes off. Okay. Can we get home? There we go. Still here. Still here. Had days like this. Are you calling the cat? Uh-oh, Moses woke up. Oh, is this a different person? They dyed their hair black. Oh. Pizzicato is out of control. Cat is gone. You always hear about the dog gone, but not the cat gone. Or the doggone dog gone? Oh! Holy crap, that's loud. This is giving me, potential loud jump scare vibes. Ooh. Gotta have the volume here. Let me put the volume even lower. Someone moved their Christmas tree closer to the window. Yeah, these aren't exactly uh, alarmingly disturbing things, just kind of like everyday stuff that changes in a city. Okay. Please let me get home. Almost midnight though. It's gonna be extra spooky this time. The angry man is gone. Or the sad man. I guess I should say hydrant's back. Uh-oh. Homeless Moses has been stabbed by a lady. Yeah, this reminds me of like playing Doom and Marathon. Sprite dead body always faces you. Had a spaghetti accident as they tend to do in these games. Uh-oh, blocked off. Nowhere to run. Oh, is the cat back? No? It's kind of funny that like uh the most disturbing thing, like just straight up a murder, is being treated as just the first thing you see. Not that big of a deal. You'd think that would be like the top tier disturbing thing that happens. Just gonna diagonal my way down the street. I didn't see him. Very, very... Oh, the game closed. Dang. Didn't even get an ear destruction jump scare. Yeah, maybe the twist is that this was made, like someone in chat said, this was made by someone who lives in like a rural community, and just the idea of living in a city is spooky to them. They're just kind of common things that happen in a city is new and horrifying. So like their like bar for what makes something spooky is very different than ours. I don't know. That was interesting. That was Get Home by Radicris and Krakoa. So things are going to ramp up drastically here with VHS 1986. Another retro horror game, but this one has a lot of attention brought to it. It's been rated 107 times. Which I was trying to figure out, like, are you supposed to rate things on itch? Because I have an account and I haven't been able to rate anything. And I was looking it up, and like, you have to have like a special account to rate things. I don't know. It's weird. All right. Yeah, VHS 1986 by Paper Cookies and Victor R. Kraus. This is the one where it says, a friend gave you a box of blank VHS tapes, but it seems like he gave you the wrong ones. A short horror game about VHS tapes. Oh, yeah, Paper Cookies is Adam Pipe, who you will probably recognize as the creator of not only the newest one, Map Friend, that we played on stream a while ago, but he made Spookware, which is that like spooky WarioWare game. I also made Dream Disc, which is a game that I played a while back. And also makes the game I'm going to play after this called C.H.A.I.N. Huh. So they make a lot of pretty good games. But as someone who lived in the late 80s and into the 90s, we didn't call them VHS tapes. It was just tapes. It's weird that like now with this retro thing, like VHS tapes, I'm going to put a VHS tape into the VHS player or VCR. Maybe I have to verify my account or something like that. It's possible. It's really scary is that there's a comma in the name of this file. These are bad conventions. You shouldn't put weird characters in file names. All right, hold up. Recorder, not a player. Well, VCRs record and play. No tapes selected. Hey, Matt, listen up. Those tapes I gave you, I need them back. I actually meant to give you a few of my leftover blank tapes. The once I gave you were not mine to give. I've been holding them for some Dutch guy. Oh. I'll be at the Kmart near your house tomorrow, 10 p.m. Be there. That Dutch guy. I mean, when people call me a VHS tapes, like I've seen that all over. Maybe it is just, I don't know if there's a regional thing, if it was called different things depending on where you are, but I know at least in my part of the country, we just always called them tapes. Okay, so I guess I click this. Got some symbols. Looks like this is on a clock. We're at 3 o'clock right now with the X with the little loop in the corner. I can rotate it. It's a bit loud. Okay. Select a tape. Got 4 of them. Nice graphic. What's inside? Can I rotate? Ah. MMLA. Getting some gimbal lock gameplay. And some back faces inside the sleeve. Non-drawn back faces. Yeah, that phone is still open, or off the hook. 1986.
That the law is honored. However, it is informally honored. There are supposed to be sanctions. However, I think that in a lot of offices, you'll walk into offices and there is supposed to be adherence to the law. It is, I think, adhered to largely, but there are a lot of breaches. I think that the whole issue
is so powerful in the Congress and in the state legislatures and in the city halls that we can't get reasonable controls.
Is that Woody
for
Allen?
smoking. But
I can hang up this phone. God damn. Okay. Can't believe they hired actors and everything. Never mind. Can you meet me now instead? The guy won't stop calling me, so I need them right away. Are you there? Come on, man. Help me out. Dude is really starting to freak me out. See you soon. Now I gotta finish watching the tapes. I'm wondering if we're supposed to be... Because I'm looking at the poster on the left. If we're supposed to be, like, knowing a certain order of subject matter. Like, are these abstract representations of things that happened in the movies? I don't know. So this one is... March 16th, 1986. Walk. This is a walk, not a run, sir. Okay. So, first tape, we had a bunch of things around a home. Like there was a faucet and like an apple with a knife on it or something like that. And then now we have a guy smoking, walking around. Then he's suddenly running, and then now we stop at a car. Interestingly, we had this circle with like a utensil on top of it in one of the videos. So I feel like these are kind of coming into play. What is it? Give me back my tapes. You have 2 hours. Day in the city. Okay. Anyway. Oops. Is this French? Flowers. One of the symbols is a flower. It's very nice. So leave me alone. So we have the flower, and then the shape in the up here, up left. I've seen these two. The second one focused a lot on the moon. One of these will correlate with a moon. Hey, did that guy just call you? Really sorry about that. I don't know how he got your number. Can you give back his tapes, though? And his poster, too, while you're at it. No. Three. This is called tobacco. Wacky tobacco.
Lafayette Center, developed by the Farr-Jewett Company. 1 million square feet of commercial space on 20th Street between L&M, and Warner Mechanical Corporation, providing mechanical contracting and servicing capabilities in the Washington metropolitan area.
This is the Nightly Business Report, made possible by Digital Equipment Corporation, with its VAX family of networked computing systems connecting the front office, the factory floor, the engineering center, and the MIS department. Digital has it now. Serving the financial needs of corporate, institutional, public, and individual investors with over 650 offices throughout the United States and abroad. Dean Witter, a member of the Sears Financial Network, and public television stations across the nation.
It's on some income, rather than the 27% top rate widely reported. Elsewhere on Capitol Hill, a House subcommittee today held a hearing on a bill that would ban all forms of tobacco advertising.
Smoking. Marlboro Country is more likely found in a hospital's cancer or cardiac ward than on a western cattle drive.
Tobacco ads are among the top 5 sources of print ad revenue, and half of all outdoor billboards carry tobacco ads.
Huh. I think this is a clever idea, though, so far. It's like assembling footage into a game form. Like, I'm guessing this is like royalty-free or public domain, whatever it is, archived footage. It's a cool concept. Let's see where it goes. So this one is called Tobacco, and we saw... It looks like you can rewind and fast forward and stuff. Talking about tobacco ads, and what else was shown? Oh yeah, zooming into like all these dolls and stuff in the windows. There was like an airplane. There was a brain sculpture, some bears, some masks, some kind of spiritual deity thing. Okay. Phrenology head. All right. Hello? 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 Are you there? He's at your house, man. Please give back his tapes. I beg you. My house is kind of small. Okay, so I have those 4. Can I do anything with this now? Well... Okay, what if... I'll leave it at that. Then go back to the first tape. MMLA. We know what MMLA stands for. I can't remember if there's anything that had that earlier. I'm gonna look back at the first one again. Faucet. So I wonder if order shouldn't matter. Piano. Flowers. Camera. Oven, I guess. Yeah, there's the apple, the knife, or tomato, whatever that is. And then these blokes talking about tobacco. Oh, MMLA is the show,
honored.
I guess.
However, it is informally honored. There are supposed to be sanctions. However, I think that in a lot of offices, you walk into offices and there is supposed to be adherence to the law. It is, I think, adhered to largely, but there are a lot of breaches. I think that the whole issue
is so powerful in the Congress and in the state legislatures and in the city halls that we can't get reasonable controls for smoking. But
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, Soylent Pink, like if I leave the tape in, does this change anything? Oh, wait, can I back away while the tape is playing? Oh, no tape selected? What? Well, I didn't put it back. How did that happen? Okay, I'll select this. And while this is playing... If I start and then return? No? Am I missing something? I can only select these 3 things. I can only select the one shelf that has 4 tapes, all of which we've seen. Trying to resist looking at back at the page, the itch page. The time and date on the tapes matter. Well, it's like, if they did, how would that help? Because time and dates would imply that you put something in an order. but we have nowhere in which to use an order. I can only move one at a time. I can't click on these directly. It is interesting that this has like a clock hand on it. You know, a clock implies order. Hello there. Goron's tail. I don't get anything other than the same noise. And this sounds like a denial noise, like I'm not doing something correctly. First thing we see in the first tape is a faucet with water. None of these really strike me as water. So we got like crosshairs and X with a curly thing, presumably a flower. Not sure what the bottom symbol is. Bottom left symbol, isn't that like either like an electrical engineering symbol or like a horoscope? Astrological symbol? I don't know. And then the American dollar sign. Just a minute hand. Well, it's the longer one, so I assume that's a minute hand. Can't do anything with the phone. What if I... Oh, wait. Oh, there's a number. Okay, 4. And we saw 3 written on another tape. Okay. So this is the first tape that contained the tomato, and it's 4. This is 2. Second tape contained the guy running and walking and smoking. So we got the 2. This is 1. And what was in this one? I wish you could go through this quicker. This is walking around the city, like a bell tower. There's a flag, a bunch of statues. Okay, 3 is presumably a flower. Yeah, because they show flowers more than anything else. Okay, so by this logic, this is 3. So this order, whatever it may be, is going to be flower. Moon, I guess. Tobacco. Tomato. So 1, 2, 3. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, well, let's start with the 1. That seemed to be flower. So it at least remembers where you left it off. So let's leave it on flower. And then start the flower tape. Okay, now that it's selected, does that change? No? Well, I'll leave it there. It deselects the tape. Let's go back. Could it be like a padlock? We're going clockwise and counterclockwise. Like, oh, that's a possibility. I don't think I've ever seen a game do something like that, but that would make sense. What if I pause on a flower? Okay, keep going. Can I do anything while this is in this view? Flower is number 1. So I guess we gotta figure out the other 2, because we know the tomato and flower for sure. Dollar sign could either be the one with the talking about advertising, the last video, which is 3. Then so I could at least attempt the padlock theory, but we need to, yeah, figure out what each symbol or which tapes correlate with it. So the first one was just saying that, or this tape anyway, the MMLA was just saying the dude's talking about. Oh no, this one definitely has the tomato thing. Okay, so we know that one. I know this is kind of confusing for anyone who wasn't following what's going on. And this is the one that we don't have anything for. Which is just the dude smoking and walking around. See if anything stands out, because there are like very intentional cuts. Wait, what was that on the sign? There is an X on that sign, but it seems pretty small. And it focuses on the moon a lot, like a circle. What was that? Okay, garbage. Wait, what was that at the end? Some kind of red light? Oh. Aha! Crosshair. Okay. So we got flower, tomato, crosshair, dollar sign. So flower. Oh, flower, crosshair. Dollar sign, tomato. So Flower. Crosshair. $sign. Tomato. Oh my god. You're right. Unbelievable. I've never seen a puzzle like this before. Well, in a game. Good job, everybody. So we don't have any numbers on this one. It's red. It's been dipped in Jello. Okay, what's gonna happen? Oh no, is this the guy walking to my house right now? The Dutchman? It's not even flying or anything. Interesting. Just your average Twitch chat. I saw some words written back there, but I'll have to go back after we watch this once. Oh, QR code. What? That doesn't fit this generation. Wow, we can't avoid ARGs in this stream, can we? All right. QR codes went around until like 2006. But okay, I got my phone out. All right, time to download a virus. Let's see where this goes. Yeah, it's gonna be a video with Morse code. Just watch. It's kind of risky putting a lower res, like a QR code with a filter on it, because that could totally mess up its ability to contain data. My phone thinks it's blurry right now. It's not letting me scan it. This doesn't even... I don't think it has all the necessary pieces to be a valid QR code. Oh yeah, good point. There just weren't smartphones back then either, so you wouldn't even be able to use something like this. Well, okay, I'll try a different QR reader. I can't read it with this one. Try this other app. I don't know, were there options to disable filters? Yeah, this one isn't picking it up either. I have to like bring it into Photoshop. Wait, you managed to get something? That looks like a YouTube URL. I don't know why my phone's not doing it. I'll go to the website or the URL that you say that you got. Let's see what happens. Unless you're doing some like next level trolling and gonna link me to, whoa, that is not it. That was another video. Is it a Rickroll? Video is not available. You see that I get it out correctly? U, capital U, 2, capital V, lowercase n, capital Y, capital V, 9, T, Y. Hmm. Oh, it says video isn't available anymore. Unless it says that for all. Okay, I don't. Unless it says that for all URLs, no matter what you type in. Like, let me try just making up a URL, see if it goes. Okay, I just randomly typed one and it says the same thing. Okay, one more time. I'll take what you put in chat and then I'll try bringing this into GIMP and fixing it up a bit to make it more readable. Okay, now I'm worried about clicking your URL. Maybe someone else can bite the bullet and do it for me just in case. Okay, I'll click it. I'm guessing this will be a troll. Indeed, but you get no satisfaction because I had my audio muted. Congratulations. Okay, so I'm opening up GIMP. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in a sec. And you also got a similar series of letters and numbers, Mac? All right, showing my screen. You know why none of my apps are able to get anything out of it? This might make it worse. No link or anything, just the letters. Because that's the exact length needed for a YouTube URL. Let's try this again. Come on, QR droid. It's not seeing anything. The next step would be to just draw each pixel out. Just based on what you see here. Okay, it's going to try the other app, and then... Oh! Okay, my other app got it. Yeah, and I got exactly what you guys are getting. U2VNYV9TY. Try putting it in... Wait, do bit.ly links have that kind of length too? Trying to think of other websites that we could put this kind of URL into. U2VNYV9TY. Yeah, it just says video not available. Huh. Putting that into Google brings up videos of this game. That's funny. Jacksepticeye subreddit. So in today's 3 Scary Games video, at the very end, Jack scanned the QR code and read off what came up as exactly what we've been finding. Instantly, I thought of base 64. Wasn't sure if that was some form of code. I found out what the actual code was eventually and put it into a base 64 decoder, which simply gave the message. Oh, okay, just base 64. The message Sega S. I haven't looked in what this is yet. Okay. Base 64 to ASCII converter. Confirming. Yeah, it gives Sega capital S EGA underscore capital S. I'm trying to Google it. There is a Instagram account called Sega S. Don't think this is related. It looks really unrelated. Just another self-proclaimed, Instagram beauty model of the regular stuff. There is a Twitter account, Sega S, entirely in Japanese. The bio, when translating it, says a typical type O who is easygoing and broad-minded. When it's hard, it's hard. Completely Japanese. I don't see anything relevant to the game. Sega S could be Sega Saturn. And again, when I search Sega S, I bring up another YouTube video of this game, which, going back to the Reddit thread, says it seems a YouTuber called Iwan Plays may have found the solution and plans to reveal his findings soon. And this was posted 3 years ago, this comment. It might require some pretty faithful following of the creator. And just so I don't have to read everything, just scanning over it. People are saying Sega Saturn, maybe. Oh. This game is originally part of the Haunted PS1 Wretched Weekend 1. And it seems that this game is just a tip of the iceberg. It sounds like other games have contained similar things, other games in this collection. Very curious.
Welcome to VHS 1986. The phone is ringing. Hey Matt, listen up. This is like me, and we will find out because all other tapes have numbers which one this is probably. So number question mark to, I don't think this logo, I'm gonna have to go with C.H.A.I.N. So skipped all the others. There were some letters. How order? Sorry. Via base 64 to Sega_S. Since it matches to a string, I guess that is it. Neither of these two can be used on YouTube or on Imager. Last time there was a code by Adam Pipe, it was an Imager link or ID, so I tried that first.
I didn't think about
but
that.
Apparently that's not the case. I think it's just Sega S. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. If anybody has any other results, let me know in the comments. As for the story of the game, the 4 videos we watched had something to do with smoking, and smoking advertisement being banned in the US. I believe the plot is the following. Either we discovered the murder of somebody who was anti-smoke ads or somebody who was pro-smoke ads. Either somebody from an ad agency or the cigarette lobby ordered an assassination, or a health fanatic who got a bit obsessed assassinated a smoker or somebody who was involved with the whole business. That's pretty much what I think this is about. Pretty darn good stuff. Alright, I can't wait to play the next game. Subscribe to this channel to see the next videos. And I will see you then. Ciao.
I don't know if that's really spoilers. I mean, we saw all of that exactly. So, wonder, does the game continue beyond this? Maybe we got distracted by the QR code. Well, I wanted to see what was at the very beginning again. Because there was a word written here, right here. P-A... Wait. P-A-K-N? I think it said P-A-K-N. Any files in the games folder? That's a good call. I'll check. You saw an F and a C in there too? Oh, there are. Okay, you're right. F-C-P-A-K-N. Let me try something with that word real quick. Oops. Okay, F-C-P-A-K-N. And just running it through some quick ciphers. Some basic ones, just in case that can turn into something else. See, decrypt FCPAKN. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Put it over here. Wrong thing. F CPA Q right next to the FC. Oh, on the side. FCPAKN. Now I'll change it. Okay. might just be a coincidence, but when I do a Caesar cipher, which is similar to Rote 13, when I do a two-step decryption, I can get the name Daniel, but spelled D-A-N-Y-I-L. Could just be a coincidence. Nothing else getting anything that stands out. But it was, oops. It was D-A-N-Y-I-L, though. Like, is that like a, is Daniel spelled D-A-N-Y-I-L anywhere in the world? Like in Netherlands, perhaps? Doesn't really look like anyone has progressed this. Okay, just for the sake of time, it's fun figuring it out ourselves and everything too, but I just want to see if anyone has gotten anywhere beyond the coded letters and the Sega S. In Russian, they do have names like Daniel spelled with two I's. It's always so tricky. It's like languages that don't use Latin characters in their names, like that, what's it called? Transliteration. It's always tricky because it's like there's different ways to spell the same thing when you're converting between different alphabets. I don't know if there's like an official transliteration for certain names. So I'm going to the, I'll show you guys this. I'm on the game's itch page. See if anyone says anything. So this was originally added in 2020. Awesome ending too. Oh, apparently there is more to the game. Buonissimo. Nice. A lot of people stuck. Wow, absolutely good. Extremely immersive. Okay, well, there is apparently more to the game, so let me just keep going. Daniil, Russian masculine given name equivalent to that of the English one. Okay. Anyway, let's just see if the regular game has more going on. Ah. I'm so sorry. He's inside your house. I'm so sorry. And the game closed. All right, then. Is that it? I'll try reopening the game because this dev is high caliber enough that they might take things a step further. Oh yeah, there is no folder for this game. It's just an exe file by itself, not even in a zip or anything. It's one of those games. Hey Matt, listen up. Okay, this is the same lines. I think you just hang up. Is everything the same? Got the 4 tapes. Yeah, I want to like stick something in an electrical socket. Or can I just go immediately to this and skip the tapes altogether? So what was it? Flower, crosshair, $, tomato. Yeah, you can. Nice. I don't think there was anything else. Yeah, if he gave you the tapes, why is there a sheet on the wall that corresponds to him? Well, on the one of the phone calls, he's like, he wants his poster and tapes back. So I guess this guy in his private time just I don't know, puts the cloth or whatever it is over a clock and rotates the minute hand around according to tapes on his shelf. I don't know. Oh yeah, but as soon as I click return, wait, so I won't pick the phone up. Let's just go back to the shelf. Can we do that? Wait. Wait, can I go back? I can't put it on the shelf. I'm clicking. So I can only watch, pick up the phone. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. I thought the phone stopped ringing. I think that's it. Can't do anything else besides watch a tape. Was there anything else interesting on the tape? If not, I think that's it. So, oh god, the phone's gonna keep ringing. So he's like walking around outside some kind of restricted looking building. There's power lines. And it's like looking at a playground or something, like a tiny car. Then we got Twitch chat. With, yeah, it looks like maybe Hangman or something with those letters written out. Got a spooky face among the smiley faces. Can't tell what that shape on the left is. What was that at the very end there? Oh, it's a dead body. Okay, missed that detail before. Interesting. Oh my god, phone, please. And got the QR code. And that's it. And then pick up the phone. Excuse me. How did you figure out that puzzle? Oh, that's new. I think you broke the game. Either you're very clever. Oh, funny, because I just put the code in right away. Or you just looked up the answer on the internet. No, I figured it out and I put it in later after I opened the game. Wait, what's the internet? This is the 80s. Goodbye. And game closed. Hey, well, we got secret second ending. I bet most people didn't see that one. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be everything for that game. One of the comments is, this was so good, adding it to my jump scare free game list. There's an entire game list on Twitch that's called Creepy Games with No Jump Scares. I'd be honored to have a game that I made put on that list. I'm glad that most people, it seems, are against jump scares in horror games. And it's always a debated topic because it's like, I mean, it's usually not as simple as there either is a jump scare or not. Like, I think what people don't like are sudden, extremely loud noises because there are games that have a very abrupt, startling thing, but they don't always, or they're not always in the form of extremely loud audio with picture in your face. Like I thought the game Amnesia did it pretty well where, you know, like a staircase collapses and your character's head automatically whips over to look at the thing. I mean, that's like a jump scare. Do I have any more LSD Dream Sim inspired games? I mean, there's a whole game jam of just those types of games. Um, I mean, it would be interesting to go through a bunch more of those. The last game I have organized for tonight, though, is this one called C.H.A.I.N, which is 20 really tiny horror games all in a row. It would be a good idea for another stream. Would be to go through all many of the LSD Jam games. All right, so let me get the chain opened. Yeah, that one Liminal Dreams from the last stream, that was pretty awesome. I spent a lot of time with it, and unfortunately, what we got like deep into the secret content, doing ARG stuff and everything, and then something about the game broke. Like it wasn't doing what it's supposed to, and I looked at videos of other people doing similar things, and it was working differently. It just seemed to stop working. Wow, so this game chain has 2,300 files in it. Because I guess if it's a series of tiny games, they all have their own assets, and I wonder if they're all individual Unity files. Is it going that far? Yeah, we were switching or flipping the switches, and they weren't all registering on the button that was supposed to coordinate the flipping of other switches. No, it's hard to explain. You had to be there. And I left a review on the itch page explaining the problem we ran into. So I don't know, maybe the dev can see. It's taking a long time to extract. 50%. Oh no, I just realized. My stream still says I'm playing Cellini, doesn't it? Like I've failed as a streamer. Shoot, okay, I'll put it back to games and demos. Are we almost there? 80%? Gonna go to streamer jail. $99%. Wow, it's actually all one Unity project. I thought it would be like separate ones that open and close. Okay, anyway. So, 20 smaller games. Okay, so anyway, for the sake of the video and the chapter selection thing, if you're listening to this, you probably just clicked the chapter timestamp on the YouTube video to jump ahead to the game called C.H.A.I.N. It's an acronym, stands for Chronological, Haunted, Anomalous, Interconnected Narrative. 20 games, 20 developers, 1 narrative. The C.H.A.I.N is an exquisite corpse collection of 20 short horror games developed over a span of half a year. The developers couldn't communicate with each other during development. Each developer would send their game to the next person in line who would make a follow-up. Together, they form a complete narrative. Right, so a person, there's a theme, and then this is what exquisite corpse is. I haven't heard that term in a long time now, but you make one thing under a certain theme, and then the next person has to continue the story based on only the previous game. And all the other developers can't see what all the other submissions were. They can only look at the game that came before it. So it intentionally things get kind of weird and incoherent. A ton of people participated in this though. Oh, 20 to be exact. And this was posted in originally Halloween of 2020. How fitting. 20 games, 20 developers in the year 2020. Without further ado. Yeah, very forced acronym. Yes, we're playing the blockchain. Woo! Wouldn't be indie horror games without ridiculous volume. Okay. Putting that way down. Down to 20%. I wish I could just automatically put programs at 20% volume. Oh my god, it's still so loud. How is it so loud still? Going down to 10% volume. Guess we just go in order. Specimen 1. Assigned researchers. Jazz Mickle. Can examine the disc. This format is really cool. Wait, go back. Choose disc, select option, I'll space to confirm. Ooh. Oh, it is opening another Unity file. To look at the log notes. Oh, okay, I'll do that. After for this one. Okay, how? Oh no, it's gonna be a new volume level for every game. Oh joy. Okay. Oh, you're not seeing it. Thank you. There we go. I mean, is the logbook just like a description of the game, I'm guessing? Which seems like would make sense to watch before. Character design reminds me of the beta for Zelda Ocarina of Time back when it was called Zelda 64. Yeah, would Tomb Raider have been as successful as it was if this is what Lara Croft looked like? You know, just like a female explorer. No exaggerations, no, you know, appeasing the young straight male audience. Just explorer woman. Yeah, the game Eldritch. I streamed that once a long time ago. It's pretty cool. Remember it got hilariously difficult eventually. Whoa. Nice. And we're back. Okay. Log notes. Oh, nice. They have like a whole classified document. Specimen number 1. Origin. Hill, AFB, Utah. May 29, 2006. Oh, so this isn't, or is it directly related to the game that I just played? Or this seems to be a part of like, huh, that's a cool detail with the hands. Nice. Despite everything, we kept searching. Yeah, this doesn't seem like it's related to the game that I just played, but more like the bigger ongoing story. Nice. No! I thought that was just exit. I thought I was just gonna exit that disc. But no, I quit the whole thing. Miss Blanche. Oh, there we go. Adam Pipe. Game made by the person who put together this whole collection, and he's the one that made the previous game that we just played. So I'll take a look at the log notes. We got specimen responds to input direction of digital pointing devices and keys. AWSD. What kind of deranged person calls it AWSD instead of WASD? When applied to Sony PlayStation disc reader, does not respond to voice input or classified. Disc seems to be made of resistive material able to withstand up to at least blank pounds. Tested as such. Physical form resembles Sony PlayStation disc format. Black reflective backside, plastic cover on iridescent disc. Contents of disc has dialogue referring to blank. Fascinating. What? Excuse me? Yeah, adjusting the volume for every game is going to be a pain. Okay, missed a little bit. I always think it's funny when you for first-person models, just use photographs. So we got the torch. So I guess now we're seeing out of the eyes of the woman that we had in the previous game. Miss Blanche, glad to see you've made it this far. He's a sprite, so always facing away. My apologies for us having to meet in this way. I'm sure you understand that these circumstances required a lot more elaborate route. However, I'm sure you're pleased to hear that 2 of the other participants have made it beyond this point. That's right, this isn't quite the end of the road yet. Do you know what beach we are on, Miss Blanche? Have a look around, see if you can find a landmark. That's right, it's endless beaches all the way. You'll find that this beach, in a certain way, does not really exist. In fact, after you step through that gate, you were transported to a place that's personal to you. It does feel rather familiar, doesn't it? Endless as it may be, there is a way forward. I don't think you're going to need that torch, I assure you. Stick close to me and hold your breath. You'll be fine. Yeah, it's a G-man on holiday. I guess the game has to be linear for the concept to work. What's really cool too is that like mouse sensitivity and everything is going to be different per game as well. Yeah, just wearing our lead boots. Walking on the bottom of the ocean. Well, that whole fear of deep ocean or whatever. It's like I've always had such mixed feelings like when people talk about it portrayed in video games, because it's like if you just suddenly watch, like just join the stream right now and you saw this, would people with fear of the deep ocean or whatever be afraid of this? Because there's nothing that immediately says underwater right now. This could just be a dark, foggy hill. So it's like you almost want to do a test and be like, okay, at what exact qualities does it take for someone's fear of that to kick in? Like, do we need, is it muffled sound? Do we need like bubbles? Do we need like the sort of refractive effect of water? I mean, there's just like so much that goes into what would trigger that kind of fear. Like I can see when playing a game like Subnautica, it's got everything. It's got like, you know, you're going down into the water and the water is portrayed with like a thick fog as it gets deeper and the light gets darker, and it's got everything where I could definitely see that kind of game being particularly effective against, well, yeah, against people with that fear. But it's just, I just wondered to what extent, because I don't have that particular fear, just the vastness. So context does matter for those that have the phobia. I mean, it's, yeah, definitely a scary thing. So it's not like, oh, I wouldn't be afraid if I were under here. But some people seem to have a much more intense fear of it than others. Like some people are like, oh, I have arachnophobia because when I see a spider, it makes me uncomfortable. But I don't think that's really arachnophobia. I think if you like lose complete ability to function as a person when you see a spider, it's just like all these things are so hard to classify. You can, speaking of which, and you could just, you know, easily self-diagnose and just be like, oh, I have all of the phobias. And then no one can prove otherwise because, I mean, it's you. It's your own mind. Real life fears don't always translate to video games. Yeah, I can see that. Just the thought of it gives you big spooks. Oh, it's a rock. I thought that was a spider from a distance. Yeah, I can't move any faster, so pacing. I guess we died. The participants. Check the log notes. An unusual specimen needs 2 button inputs, left and up, to move protagonist avatar. Dream captions, noted by quotation marks, are noteworthy. Speculate they have been grafted into the specimen to ask specimen at a later date. Alternative, specimen was built around dream captions, chronologically unknown. Protagonist avatar resembles character blank from original game blank from 1998, developed by Volvo Games. Ha! Volvo, please. We all know what the blanks are. And that one. Test pending. Perform rigorous aging tests to determine if specimen is in fact the originator of character. Funny. Oh. Under the sea or high in the clouds is a strange place I have found myself the keeper of. We currently have 3 successful participants enrolled here. Now we are the man of G. Press 2 arrows to walk. Wait, what? Am I supposed to have a cursor? Escape is quit. Press 2 or... Oh, as in like... Oh. Oh boy, isometric. So you have to push 2 arrow keys at the same time to go in the direction you want to go. Seems kind of awkward to do it like that. I mean, how do isometric games usually do it? I guess they don't really... Games like this usually just have you use the mouse to move. Miss Blanche. I favored her very much. She may look dead, but in actuality, she is fighting through a mindscape of her own creation. Will awaken from her test? Will she awaken from her test? Yeah, it's funny because like the creator of this doesn't know that the original character was low poly explorer woman with a torch in a cave. They only know from the first person view, so they don't have any frame of reference of what that character is supposed to look like. Interesting effect on the outer border of the game. What if that effect has a name? Or it's like the pixels are smeared and just like whatever the last pixel was is just replicated all the way to the edge of the screen. This never used to be here. Oh. I told her she wouldn't need this torch. Well, I guess I need it now. Weird choice of walking sounds. Sounds like a clothing dryer. Like something rolling around in like a tumble dry. I managed to break down the boards with the torch. Or I should be like, I managed to break down the boards with the torch. Rise and shine. You're diving off the coast of Canada. It's as strange as you remember. It's cold and you're an idiot creature not designed for an ocean. You just sort of float along. And it's suddenly dark. You have a light, but you can barely see anything. Until the beam clips something close, something huge, and moving incredibly fast. It's like standing next to a train as it rockets past. And later, you dream about it. You're going about your day, and you see it in the corner of your eye. It's immense, and so much faster than you remember. You try to move, but you just hang there, floating, waiting for it to finally take you. Whoa. What? Oh. Interesting. Three. What is that? One. Whoop. I want to speed up the text. Why does this keep getting locked? That was a chillingly accurate G-Man. Was it? Good to know. I remember, let's see, it's like, usually I can only kind of do G-Man's voice if I had previously lost my voice or get one of those like just woke up kinds of voices. Like a lot of guys can only do a Duke Nukem voice if they've been sick. We don't naturally have a voice that low. Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. You don't really see them when you're well. Get sick or start to stumble, and you'll find vultures of every kind, birds, dogs, other people, just hovering at the horizon and waiting for you to finally sit down and give up. This music, though, if you close your eyes, you can hear them inching closer and closer. It's like those stories you hear about old people dying in their apartments and their own cats eating them. Same thing, vultures. Oh boy. Okay, that's annoyingly picky about when you have to push it. Oh boy. Please, game. I was trying to go to the beat of the song, but I guess it doesn't matter. No! Yeah, it was like a buff eagle, I guess. I think this shiny emblem belonged to participant number 2. I hold up the emblem, even wrapped in dreams. Participant number 2 is drawn to it. I see them flying high in the distance. They will be fine. Yeah, they look fine. Gun. Where did this come from? Oh wait, am I supposed to shoot the participant? Maybe not. Haven't found a key yet, so can't open that door. I want to know what they recorded for that footstep sound. I need to check in on the other participants. Oh, so that was 2. And he found 2, and he said 2 is fine. 1 is locked. How do I get the 3? Well, this is 3. Is it? Just see if for some reason I can open the door. God, that's loud. I won't have to worry about that lock anymore. Okay, well, good to know that a gun can just open the lock. I feel like this is going to get loud. Thanks for the follow, Sam phrase. Cool. Damn. Uh-oh. I killed a participant. So that's it. My backwards masters will be phasing me out of existence. I feel it happening now. For some reason, my final thought turns to Miss Blanche. Has she woken up? Good question. Okay, here's emerge. Let's take a look at the log. Log rose downstairs. Blah 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 blah. It's fit for a snack. It fits on your back. Log log log. Okay. And I can't read this handwriting. Doesn't seem like it's supposed to be legible. See, like, to the assistant secretary of Louis? Love? Low? Oh, man. Whatever it might be, something, wait, something for depression to immediate man, I can, people just shouldn't write in cursive anymore. It's a lost art. Oh, hello there, Lewd Shroom. Welcome. Well, disregard logbook. Can't read. Take a look at the game called Emerge by David Rodmad. Rated S for spooky. Oh. Come on, game. I know you can see it, but now I'm like, I'll just deal with it. My taskbar is covering part of the screen from my perspective, but you guys can't see it, so who cares? Alright. Got another underwater theme. Interesting. Considering the whole premise of this is that this creator can only see, at the time could have only seen the game before theirs and none of the others, but they decided to interpret this as an underwater thing as well. Otis, are you gonna be okay, ma'am? Oh, I suppose the previous game did mention something about being underwater briefly in the beginning. So there wasn't totally out of nowhere. I don't know what just happened. Am I supposed to swim up? I can't jump. I can't swim directly up. Tried pressing all of the keys. Gamepad doesn't do anything different. Don't get close. Oh, I am one of them. Oh no. Wait, is this where I came from? I can use the old diagonal run. Move faster. Ooh. Crush? Oh, now I am the big one. Guess I have a crush on this one. We got Shining Carpet. VTech just kicked in, yo. Swear to God, if that gets the video blocked. That's the test. All right then. So that was Emerge, and now we're doing Drip by Coulter Waymeyer and Bill Dara. Oops, let's take a look at the log notes. Specimen's primary input is wait, this is the same as before. Oh, okay, it's changed slightly depending on this game, which they correctly say WASD. Cover art consists of 2 ink layers applied in succession. There are minor visual wear on both sides, but no detectable impact on readability. Material samples were taken at labeled points below, figure 1, sent for spectroscopy Spectroscopy. See document blank for details. Results were consistent with controlled disc samples, bulk polycarbonate plastic, and trace aluminum. Samples sent to the Department of Blank. Awaiting further results. See case submission blank. Disk was ripped to hard storage using a standard CD-ROM drive. Specimen date was emulated on a high-performance workstation using PSEMU Pro version 1.0.2i, courtesy of Blank et al. Emulated session. Emulation is not recommended for further analysis. CD-ROM duplicates of specimens are not to be produced. See Dr. Blank for briefing on contaminant policy. Emulation. Come on. Open game, open. With the resolution this game will be, I can write literally whatever I want and it doesn't matter. Let's sit on the edge of the desk. Hold up. Says anything about you passed the test. That scary place is something. Miss Blanche will take you home now. Just stay right there. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, wait. I missed some of the very beginning because the game started too quick. Press space to... Oh, I can control this. Where did you learn to fly? Now the pilot wings. You shouldn't go down there. Miss Blanche will be very upset. All this testing will have been for nothing. You're too cute, really. Okay, I'm screwing this up. Collecting those little things. As if they meant anything at all. You'll never wake up. Not when you're so seduced by sleep. Damn. That was a hell of a thing. Dream Ether by Negative Entities and DJ Astro. Oops. Specimen's contents have been known to sometimes cause subjects to enter a deep and performant... Oh, wait. What am I reading? Specimen's contents have been known to sometimes cause subjects to enter a deep and permanent... Oh, coma. I thought it said come. Okay. In some cases, it has caused a deep psychosis resulting in subjects believing that their body is not their own. Last case caused an extreme reaction to the subject resulting in blank, deaths, and even blank. Music created by DJ Astro, who according to research has never even blank. has been noted to have a sedative-like effect on the listener, even when extracted and played independently. Acoustic scientists have analyzed the wavelengths but have found nothing that would explain this anomalous event. Subjects are warned to not drive or operate heavy machinery for several hours after. Oh yeah, drifting in and out of sleep is a commonplace in my streams, especially when, like, for me right now it's 5:30 in the morning. But for most of you it's ridiculous hours, except for Roy, where it's like 6 p.m. or something right now, 7. I don't know. All right, here is Dream Ether.
Oh great, now you have sunk to the very depths of your consciousness. Ms. Blotch is furious with you now, especially after you did so well in the tests.
Games, I wish you wouldn't immediately start. You have to consider the streamers who need to adjust audio levels. Okay. So I'm gonna miss whatever happens.
Do you really think you could come back from this? Do you really think you can wake up?
No.
Even if you find your body, there is no guarantee you will be able to wake up. Honestly, it's kind of embarrassing.
Controls are inverted. Oh, I'm going for the... Okay. Music's nice. I like the look of this as well. How was my Thanksgiving? Just talk to my parents. Don't really do anything fancy these days. My family and extended family as a whole are on the older end of things. You know, I'm 34 and I'm one of the youngest in like my generation. So they all are married and have children and moved away, have their own lives, and then there's me. Playing video games at 5 in the morning. I hope yours went well. Thanksgiving is just kind of a dumb holiday all around. It's like it's too close to Christmas. It should just be Halloween 2. And then leave all of the snow-related togetherness for Christmas. Oh yeah, American Thanksgiving was yesterday. Well, Thursday. Yeah, but can they fly ahead around at 40 miles per hour? I don't think so. True. Oh, we're gonna ascend. Rapid ascension in progress.
You just want to hide in here, right? All you want to do is remain and sleep.
Yes.
Was it that scary place? Is that what this is all about? You passed, remember? The testing is over, I promise.
Imagine if, when you went to sleep, that you could not wake up until you completed a mini game to go like collect things with your mind. You had your Thanksgiving last month? Isn't that when like Canadian Thanksgiving is? I know it's at a different time than American. Yeah, if you needed a game in order to wake up, you could theoretically just stay asleep forever. Which, yeah, it would be an ideal state. Yeah, whoever's making dream manipulation technology needs to hurry up so that we can abandon our physical forms and just be brains in jars with computers interfacing with our brains to give us whatever experience we want. Could even be interconnected with other brains. Don't have to worry about any of the mortal coil, the burden of existence, the usual. Korean Thanksgiving is in September. It's interesting that that term for holidays is used across cultures.
You've gone and done it.
Ooh, look at this one.
You have sunk deep into the darkest depths. If you come back now, then I am sure Mrs. Blanche will
Miss Blanche, not Mrs. Okay.
This isn't safe anymore. You have to come back now.
No. Just imagining the meme, the cartoon meme thing where it shows like your parents. I desire to marry the love of my life, to own my own home, I have a family, high-paying job, and then it says, me, I desire to be a brain in a jar. That's the current year. Current place in history. Oh, Korean Thanksgiving is called Chuseok. Just borrowed the word because it's basically the same thing. Oh. I guess that is kind of an open-ended word. Thanksgiving, like a day when we give thanks. So when people say Happy Thanksgiving, I just think of give happy, comma, thanks. Give happy, thanks. You want your brain to be sustained with blended pizza rolls. I don't know. I don't think a brain could operate with liquid, like cheese and dough in its veins.
This is it for you now. No going back. Why wouldn't you listen to me? To Mrs. Watch?
Miss.
Even with your body back, who knows what will happen next?
I don't want my body back.
Don't come crying to me after all the horrors you will see.
It sounds tempting. Same, TBH. Pizza flavored nutrient slurry. That could probably work. That was a nice one. Ball out. Y'all ready to ball out? More like BAWL out. Am I right? Specimen can sometimes respond to the blank, causing the game to show a checkerboard pattern and producing a strange blank. It's recommended to use gloves before blank, as it can cause blank on the hands. Strange blank in the imagery would cause the majority of the subjects to stop playing the game. Few subjects have even reported having strange dreams. Well, I'm in. The more manipulated my dreams are by weird, hallucinogenic-like things, creepy, surreal, strange, all of the above things, the better. And you think about it, yeah, can your brain taste? That was actually a question I always think about. It's like you can think about a taste. You can remember what something tasted like. You can remember what something sounded like, looked like, without using those senses. So, in theory, if you had lived a life with all of your senses, and then something happened to you where you no longer could see, hear, taste, anything like that, could you still remember what those experiences were like without those senses being active? Like, I most likely had COVID like months ago, like many months ago, and I lost my sense of smell for a while, and I was just thinking, like, what did things taste like previously? And it was kind of hard to remember what things tasted like. It's like I could still barely taste stuff, like only extreme, like spicy things or things with really strong flavors that don't rely on smell as much to experience. But in general, everything tasted way different because of the loss of smell. But it eventually came back, thank God. But I was just, it made me really think about, like, can you experience sensory information without the sensory organ being functional? Suppose it would just be brain reactivating the same neurons via memory. However given time, I guess memory could be deadened to the point of no sensation. Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, when will we get to the point where we can just, like, temporarily transfer how would that happen? Like, just, like, transfer your conscience to another brain, another body entirely. Like, that would be, like, the ultimate level of empathy, would be to literally become another person with all their memories and everything. But it's like, then how would your previous memory come into play if you are just simply are another person? But then it brings up the idea of, what is you? What if you are no longer in your brain? But what is the you though? Are you your brain? I think you are your brain, but if you could somehow experience another person's brain, is that person now you? What happens to them when you are in their brain? describing the trills in Star Trek. I feel like Star Trek is like a similar to Simpsons, where it's like they probably did it. Anything that seems deep and weird and interesting to think about, Star Trek probably did it. Existential crisis. It's weird because like I enjoy thinking about, or I enjoy having an existential crisis. I don't think I've ever had a point where I'm like, oh, I'm breaking down emotionally because I'm thinking too hard about what it means to exist. Usually I have like a greater appreciation for living when I have a existential crisis. The Get Out movie explores that. Oh, I need to see that. When you had COVID, everything tasted like soap. Yeah, it was kind of like that. Most distinct for me was when I was eating peanut butter, it suddenly became really unpleasant to eat. Because I think when you eat peanut butter, you're expecting the very strong, nutty flavor. But when you don't have that and you're just eating like a big like blob of fat, and it's just kind of unpleasant. It's like, oh, I don't want to eat this. Is consciousness an actual thing that can be transferred? It's a good question. Is it just a collection of neurons activating in a certain way, interpreted as consciousness? When you're on chemo, you don't taste the flavors anymore, you just taste the chemicals. Really? Yeah, it's really hard to think about, you know, like as a thing that exists, the most difficult thing to imagine is to not exist. Because no human knows what it's like to not exist, because non-existence lacks the ability to perceive existence. So it's like people may have experienced near-death experiences or weird neurological conditions that kind of, you know, mess with all of your senses to the level where you can get very close to experiencing death, but it's like nobody knows what it's like to die. It's like the number one question that I think all humans have pondered is like, what is it like to not exist? When your father was going through chemo, he couldn't eat anything that was artificial because the flavor disappeared. He could no longer drink or eat anything that was cold. Like he couldn't drink and eat because it was just gross. Like it just tasted so bad that he didn't want to eat and drink those things. Oh, hey. Imakuni, thank you for the raid. I'm probably the only person online right now. Almost 6 in the morning. I appreciate it. A lot of people too. We were just busy having an existential crisis. We're talking about what does it mean really to, like, what is a consciousness? Like, what would the experience be like to transfer your consciousness to another brain? Then the question of like, well, what is you? What happens to them if you become them? Can two consciousnesses exist in the same brain? Like if you had two brains that were perfectly interconnected, would that be a singular conscience, or would that be two existing consciousnesses? It's A lot to think about. Thank you for the follow, Solar Star Art. And where's Colonel Popcorn? That's another good question. Hello, Imakuni. Hope you're enjoying Pokemon. I think that's what you're playing. I've heard it is a good game despite all the complaints overall, so seems like there is still a lot of fun to be had despite all the issues. The reason that you love science fiction is because it can explore these questions by doing a thought experiment. And probably Star Trek, like you're saying, has likely covered many of these questions. I think a lot of the issues will be patched. Hope so. I admittedly don't know a whole lot about Pokemon. I have never played a Pokemon game outside of Pokemon Snap, but I was really into the cards as collecting items, like the first 150. I think I even had a poster on my wall as a kid in the 90s of all the first 150 Pokemon. I just don't know how the artists behind Pokemon can come up with so many different characters and still manage to come out with new names, new designs. It's just incredible. Pokemon Snap is all you need, really. True. I forgot there was a new one, too. It seemed to be pretty well received when that was out. I meant to, watch some people play more because it seemed really interesting. Like, how do you advance Pokemon Snap world? Yeah, so the game I've been playing here, I've been playing a lot of stuff tonight, but I'm playing C.H.A.I.N, which is a game I released a couple of years ago. It's a series of tiny little horror-like games, and the whole concept of it is 20 different developers contributed to this, and it's this type of development called exquisite corpse, which I think originates from a writing exercise, but in game design it's where all the games are in a row, and each dev could only see the game that the person before them made, and they had to create the sequel to the game before them, and they couldn't see any other game in the process. So the result is that the story just becomes super disjointed, the styles are all different, everything's different, so it's just interesting to see how they try to transfer the ideas on. I think we're about halfway through. Thank you for the follow, Laser. 5 milliwatt laser, presumably. Okay. So, and also loud audio warning, because every time I open a new game, all my audio gets reset. So I have to frantically go and lower it really quick. So let's look at the log notes to this one. Don't even know the name of this. Let's see. It doesn't really say the name. So the synopsis is, the more unnatural our work becomes, the more we progress. I'm hopeful for what the future brings. Okay, got an ultrasound of something. Yeah, the game is called C.H.A.I.N. C.H.A.I.N as an acronym. Ghost baby. It'd be fun to have a ghost friend. People are like, oh god, I hope the place isn't haunted. Like, oh, I would never move into that place. Someone was murdered there long ago and the ghost still haunts it to this day. I'm just like, hey, if a ghost would show up and we could just hang out all day, I'm completely down for that. Alright, let's give whatever this is a shot. Woo, that's loud. I'll lower the audio in a sec. Hold up. Looks like we have some low poly anatomy. Ah, this is an Unreal Engine game and its file is experiment 12. I guess that is perhaps the name. Okay, hope this is good enough audio. Left mouse button or A button? Ah. Ow, and dead. So I'm trying to imagine how this is connected to the previous game. Baby steps. Okay. The previous game was you were a floating head in a really abstract sort of a like dream-like vaporwave-ish world, collecting items, and a voice was telling you, do you really want to wake up? Do you want to just stay here forever? And then he was like, okay, I'll give you back to your body. And at the very end, you regained consciousness. So I guess this is us in a regained consciousness state. Yeah, we look like a bloodborne enemy. Just fighting flesh, as we all do on a daily basis. We fight our own flesh. Flesh nuggets. Exactly. Yeah, the flesh nuggets represent people, life, equality, inequality. They represent what it means to be and to not be. Yeah, what is a man but a fleshy nugget? Sacrifices must be made. New existence awaits. And that's that. These are all very short. So now we got to think about the next game. How are they going to continue existence awaits? Thanks for the follow. Burgers. Dvergers. That was by Cure the Dead. This one is called Swell by Pasta's Future. Oops. See with the notes. Specimen closely resembles disc format but is composed of an amorphous blank material. Oh, this is the same as the other one describing the disc. Contents of disc depict unknown subaqueous entity. Subaqueous? I've never heard of that word. Entity responds to key inputs, arrows, and AWSD. Please. WASDA. Okay. Yield similar results. Various adverse reactions recorded after prolonged Interaction with disk. Avoid blank. Note carbon dating results in invalid. Or note carbon dating results invalid. Outside known scientifically recorded ranges. Hello, laser. All right. Loud noise warning, new game coming up. Oh, thank you. Oh no. No high-pitched ringing, please. Okay, let me turn the sound down. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Putting that way down. Okay, now you guys should be able to see it and hear it. Trial version, the bottom corner. I don't think that is a part of it. So they got the sphere of the previous game. I've been consumed. God, I wish devs would stop putting really, really high-pitched ringing in their games. Like, I don't think that adds anything. It's just annoying. Oh, and I have the audio down to like 10%. Ah, we're collecting things. It's like, I was there in the 90s watching CRT TVs that made high-pitched rings, but I don't miss that ringing. I don't need it brought back. I think the CRT filter is cool, but you don't need the sound. I do remember being able to hear when a TV turned on way far away. Like in my elementary school, I could hear when the TV in like the other side of the school turned on because I would hear like this ring. Oh my God, I can't get away. There's so many of them too. So what symbolism are we learning from this situation? Sometimes you're just a stone in a field. This is like the beginning of Spore, right? Life is about consuming or be consumed. Yeah, this is the origin story of the Rolling Stones. This is what they were like before they learned to play instruments. Oh, I see the ringing is like coming from the things chasing me. Yeah, this is like Stone Age. Katamari Damashi. Katamari Damashi. Na, 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 na. Why am I underground? I hope I didn't glitch it. Oh my god, I'm moving really fast. What is happening? Phase 3? Well, it would be nice to know where or what it's supposed to be going. Thought maybe if I got big enough, I could take on the other orbs. But they seem to consume me regardless. Could be the origin story of Bubble Buddy from SpongeBob. Possible. I don't really see many bubbles. Maybe that's something I can look forward to getting older. Is not being able to hear frequencies of like 20,000 hertz. My hearing has always been pretty good. I'm 34 and I can still hear extremely high pitched sounds. But and I never played loud music in my ears. Like I never did anything to harm my hearing. But now maybe that's kind of a curse. Because there's some sounds that you don't want to hear. But I don't have tinnitus, so I can be grateful for that. Yeah, maybe instead all you hear are high-pitched sounds. Actually, it's kind of sounds like I remember my late grandfather he would say that my voice, the lower pitched one, that he could hear my voice better than a cousin of mine that had a really high pitched voice. Like even when we were speaking at similar level, like volume levels, that he would always be like, "What did she say? What?" Like the older you get, there's just some people's voices that just you can't hear. And I'm wondering like what exactly about it can't you hear? Or what does it sound like to not be able to hear them? Like is it muffled? I am not learning any more from oh, I'm glitching. I think I'm back. It's like trying to hear someone through a wall or underwater, I suppose. Wait, what caused that? Now I'm just like teleporting? What? I think it's broken. I completed it? By accident? It looks like it's broken because it's just like overlaying the two words that were, or the two overlays at the same time. Sometimes indie games get weird. True. Well, all the previous games would close themselves, or at least hand it back off to the main, like, index game. This one hasn't. It's the only one that hasn't. Maybe this dev is just a big rebel. Doesn't want to play like the rest. Okay, I guess I push escape and it goes back. All right, well, that was interesting. Looked kind of cool. Really, really hated the high-pitched squealing. I mean, I'm all for vague, kind of abstract experiences, but there should be some little bit of direction, even the tiniest bit. Okay, so we have... Oh, I remember this one being good. I remember seeing this somewhere else. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Origin of Eden. Oops. I'm gonna do that every time. Log notes. Field notes on parasite intelligence. An idea is born in the blank. From here, it is blank. Demands energy to be blank. The subject, unaware, is fully committed to the blank. Relation is symbiotic. The angel of history. Nobody really knows what's going on. It's been 13,000 years since the last blank event. What a time to be alive. This looks like a cross-section of the Earth. The plates, tectonics. You have extremely sensitive hearing and hearing damage. There's a particular range of frequencies. You can detect it, but it makes no sense at all, as if my brain learned to ignore it. Really? I'm trying to imagine what that is like. Oh, this is by User Lands. Loading, loading. Yeah, how do you follow up the previous game? All right. Oh, did I break it already? Wait. I just clipped through a wall. Was that intentional? Oh my god, the mouse sensitivity is insanely high. Like, I barely move my mouse and it whips all the way around. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Oh, okay, we're back. This FOV is like 10. Oh, I just fell through the floor, I think. Well, this isn't the game I thought it was. Still interesting. I don't know why I kill, but I just kill. Just your average protagonist. Easiest way to compare it to is like when audio clips. I can imagine that, yeah. Am I supposed to be running away? Yeah, that sounds terrible. Talking about how you got your hearing loss. There's loud grinders nearby. Okay, I'm going in circles. I can't go towards the window. Can't fall off. Can I break the window? No. Hello, Gordon. Good to eat you. Okay. Almost as lost as I was on the previous game. Can't go through this debris. I'm just like stuck out here. Can't go off. I guess I just have to keep climbing. Keep spiraling upwards, I guess. Got a lot of slurping, yeah. Looks like it's pretty loud too. Oh. Is this a marmoset? Is that what these are? That's what I expected to find here. Or no, lemur. think. Poor thing's tail isn't weight painted properly. I think that's a lemur. Here's an Eggman. Guess we just keep circling. The only way I found new content. Hello. Got a golden lemur. Or maybe he's just dirty. He's piss colored. Ah. Okay, okay. You made one of these, you just end it with a screamer? Well, I'll be sure not to play your game. What if it's really good? Well, like ear destructive levels of loud audio and screaming and stuff like that. It's a pretty way to take it from good game to bad game, just by that by itself. Guess it depends. I mean, Five Nights at Freddy's got extremely popular, and the creator's now a millionaire. And that game was full of extremely loud jump scares. If there's a countdown timer on the screamer, is it really a screamer then? I guess the difference between screamer and jump scare. Man, what does this all mean? Is not where I am meant to be. Thanks for the follow, Gorf. Yeah, just remake Journey, and then at the end of Journey, just add a jump scare. Oh no, I fell off. Okay. I might end this particular one early, because I don't feel like climbing all the way back up. Oh wait, we're already at the golden lemur. I'm gonna hear this walking sound in my sleep. Kind of looked like a zergling, I guess. Or a skulk. from Natural Selection, which is a really good game. I like both of them, but Natural Selection 2 I ended up playing way more of. And I kind of want to play that game again. But it's one of those games that relies heavily on its community to even be playable. Or one of the babies in Dead Space, that's right. Oh, that wasn't a real wall. I could just go around it. Am I out of bounds now? All right. Destruction stops. Oh my god. Okay, I'm giving this game 30 more seconds. I'm counting my head. $15. 5, 4, 3. We got another shape. 2. Invisible wall. Invisible wall, and I guess that's all. Guess we'll never know what's at the top of the thing. The stone circular thing with blue windows and spinning sky. Oh well. Wait, why is the game still playing? I closed it. There we go. And every time. Day 11. This specimen can and will interfere with anyone that comes in contact with it. There is no known method of handling it safely. Okay, it's got all the demo disc stuff. The CD, when inserted into a CD player, produces white noise. After blank minutes, a man is heard reciting parts of the Bible. Around blank minutes, the track ends. Personnel that come into contact with blank reported that they were contacted via phone by a pastor or by Pastor Blank. The reports mention that this man had a blank voice. He appeared to be friendly, asking only for blank. Everyone that came in contact with the disc did show symptoms of paranoia and severe psychosis with Pastor Blank. EEGs were ordered and showed abnormal results. Of all the people that finished the game, there is none alive. Blank are missing, and blank died from seemingly natural causes days after their exposure. The CD-ROM manufacturer date is blank 2020. A possible misprint? Drowning sounds are emitted from the disc at random intervals. Game sure is blank. So this is day 11 by Neurobue. Yeah, it's the PlayStation game Bleeding Mario. Can't get us here. It's not frozen, it's loading. All the games load separately. Hey, thank goodness that there isn't anything immediately at the start that I miss because I have... No! But I always have to jump back to the disc noise. Not done yet. Is this going to turn into that other game I played a few streams ago where the guy goes camping out in the middle of woods and he brings a single slice of bread and like a jar of peanut butter? And then he finds a scarecrow that doesn't even walk at midnight. All the scarecrow did was jump scare at 40 decibels. Jump scare so loud it was detected on seismometers around the world. Well, well, well. What do we have here? A teddy bear on a hook, perhaps. Thank you for the follow. Aluvixipede. Aluvixipede. Yeah. That was a lot of digging. Got a wooden sword stabbed into the ground. Couple of them. Guess I just go back. Yeah, that has been a reoccurring theme is in all the games tonight are loud footsteps. Which, I mean, makes sense. You're moving a character around in a quiet place. It would be kind of weird if there weren't any footsteps. Yeah, I'd rather have these type of footsteps than the ones in the previous game that were like fleshy. The worst is when games have you run around barefoot and you just hear slapping the whole time. Like, what's that game, Dark and Darker? It's a big crowd of like 16 players running around with bare feet slapping on concrete the whole game. It's very evil to put a dead end in a game where you move really slow. think this is a different one. Excuse me, Dev, but you're clearly just stabbing the shovel in the ground and pulling it out. You're not actually lifting dirt. But I appreciate the effort. So are we burying bodies by a well, I think? Maybe just putting up little caution X's. I think I can go back to my car now. Or van. Down by the river. Not done yet. Oh. Oh, God. At this point, the game should introduce run button. I feel like I'm not supposed to be here. I don't want to glitch the game. Uh-oh. No! Wait. Can't move. Wait. Tiny bit. Okay, as someone who has made or at least contributed to games before, I don't understand why so many devs just run the mesh collider on everything and they just think that will be good enough. It's like, I'll just throw the models in, I'll just let the mesh collider take in all the collisions, even if you have weird intersecting things or the player can clearly get stuck. I would always go in and manually place out-of-bounds colliders so that you don't even run the risk of having weird geometry or players can get stuck. Very natural rock formations. Yes. Here, what I'll do, because the game is very slow, let me check really quick if someone has a video of this particular game. I don't want to just totally abandon it, but I also want to get through the rest of this game before I sign off for the night. Oh, a new Nightmind video uploaded 2 days ago. I'm putting a tab open for that. Okay. For later. Not on streams, but for me. Okay, that one, this one was called, or is called, Day 11. Day 11 game. And it brings up American football week 11 game. Okay, day 11 C.H.A.I.N game. Oh, there is a video. One single video. Okay, I'll show you guys. Let's watch someone else do the gaming for us. Why game when others can do it for you? Okay. You got that. Shoveling it up. Go back to the van. Looks like they thought the same thing. Oh my god, it would be amazing if they got stuck in the same rock formation. Like they're not going to do it. Okay, I guess there's just 3 wells. Wait, what was that? I should go in the cave now. I do appreciate that the game does have a little glow that you can see through walls to guide you on where to go. That makes walking slower in a big space a little more forgivable so that you know the general direction that you should be going. Oh, that's loud. Ooh, something cool's about to happen. Okay. Whoa. Well, at least there was a happy ending. Videos from the YouTube channel Modern Horror Gaming. Thank you for finishing the game so that I didn't have to. Okay. So we should be into the last third of the games, I think. Or last quarter? I can't remember how many we've done so far. Avert your eyes. Well, at least they're warning us, unlike some of these. By... It's either Jan Milicek or Jan Milicek. See the log. And I'm not going to push the wrong button this time. There. Correct. Following footage was extracted from an extremely damaged smartphone found by hikers in the blank Heath in West Germany. The phone's screen was completely cracked. It was covered in dust, and the metal parts were partially darkened, showing signs of burning. The footage itself is of extremely bad quality, both visually and sound, and auditorily, which is very strange, being a supposedly recorded on a modern phone. However, it is of course not entirely safe to say that the footage was actually recorded on this phone or even in the area of blank Heath. The contents are definitely not what one would expect. Grabby hands. Okay. The disc looks kind of like, this is the actual name. Looks like Piss Christ. A famous photo that was very controversial back in the 80s or 70s. And it's a real world photo that gets talked about a lot in art history classes. And it was trying to think of the TLDR version. It is an image of a cross that it was just like Jesus on a cross, and it looked just like this, where it's like really bright, glowing orange and yellow kind of background, and people are like, "Oh, it's so powerful, it's so beautiful," and the photo got put into some galleries and it like won an award or whatever. But then later on, the photographer revealed why it's called Piss Christ. And it was because the photo was taken in a container full of piss and blood with the cross put in it. And then suddenly people were like revoking the rewards. They were banning it from galleries and were calling it blasphemous. And the artist was suddenly, treated like garbage because it turns out that, how could you defile a religious entity or what? I don't know whatever they call it. And it caused a lot of controversy because it's like, if there's artists, that make a living doing this kind of thing, that to just have their reputation completely ruined can actually mean that they can no longer get work because like word gets around and things like that. And this is before the internet. And I can't remember where else it went from there, but yeah, it's a kind of a famous art history thing. So if you want to learn more about that and see the photo for yourself, look up Piss Christ on image search. And no, that is not like a trap to get you to be like, oh, there's a certain law that went into effect regarding use of... God, I can't even think of an example. When people try to trick you into searching Rule 34 and stuff like that, or putting the word like inflation into something, the usual. Okay, anyway, avert your eyes. Also, in before this game is about the exact scenario that I just talked about somehow. You're just getting images of the previous US president. Ha ha ha. Yeah, gameplay. Piss in a jar. Man, this one's taking a while. Can I be done averting my eyes yet? Oh, here it comes. Okay. Thank you, devs, for putting a pause before the game starts so that I can adjust audio. Put it way down because I know your tricks, devs. Love to just destroy everyone's ears as much as you can. It's like, I appreciate filters and weird FOVs and stuff, but it's kind of funny, like, most of these games have been, like, devs trying to one-up the previous one with just how, like, completely indiscernible, like, what you're seeing is. Like, all right, not only is it going to be blurry with a lot of filters and pixelation, but it's going to be vertically oriented. Oh my god, and it, like, oh my god. This is a whole new level. This ominous cave in my local forest. Oh, we need the TikTok woman voice for this. Wow, this is really trippy. This isn't even VHS. This is like... every now and then, it needs to be cleaned out. This is just like... trying to recreate digital artifacting and stuff, I guess. putting the audio down even lower. Yeah, it's supposed to be a burnt smartphone found footage. Jesus Christ, that's loud. Well, they've managed to make probably the least pleasant thing I've ever played. Their wisdom is dangerous and not meant for us. These sounds. My God. Oh, I can run, I think. Can't tell. Am I not seeing this last eyeball? Oh, here it is. Some more screaming. Oh God, there's so many more. Do we really have to keep doing this many more times? Audio is from the clangers. What is that? Kids show from the 60s? When I look back at the VOD, I'm curious what this even looks like. It's already, you know, very, very like pixelated and blurry and stuff from here, but like with that added level of crust, I feel like it'd be an even better experience. It's like playing Doom on the 3DO. It really is. Wait, was it the 3DO port of Doom that was the like extremely cursed one? There was, you know, before modders started putting Doom on everything, like back when Doom was popular, like Doom was ported to like, what was it, like Game Boy Advance or something? It was ported to something where it was not suited for that system at all. It was like famously like the worst port of Doom ever. Oh, here we go. Oh, don't tell me this is where I started. Was there an SNES Doom? Oh, there was Wolfenstein SNES, so I guess so. Oh my god, I went all the way back to the beginning. God damn it. I'm trying to follow you, audio, but it's so hard to tell where I'm going. I remember the N64 Doom was actually really well received, and it was like for a long time that version of Doom, like people wanted it ported and working fully on emulators, and then someone eventually ported all of the maps from N64 to whatever that version of Doom that all the modders use is. Doom was on the Genesis? I guess SNES and Genesis are similarly powered. It makes sense. Okay, I think I'm going the right way. You had a dream that AVGN reviewed Yume Nikki? I don't even know what he would have to say about that. He'd probably really hate it, because Yume Nikki is like, goes against so many game conventions and is definitely not a game for everyone. It's funny because I started the stream with music from Yume Tuki. Am I gonna have to Google this one too? This playthrough? I absolutely cannot figure out where to go. I'm trying to follow the sound, but it's just walls in the way. I wonder if it'll help if I just fill everything with fire. Yeah, Doom 64 had its own like entire campaign. I remember renting it as a kid, and I thought the intro was really cool because it shows, I think it was like the word Doom written out in 3D, and then it had this giant battle with like all the enemies in the game fighting each other on a giant Doom logo. As a kid, I was like, oh, that's awesome. I mean, my first FPS was Wolfenstein 3D in like the mid-90s on a Mac. And then, but first FPS that I really got into was Marathon 1. And I was considering streaming the Marathon games at some point, but then is it Mandalore did these in-depth reviews of every Marathon game, and I realized that I don't think the series has aged very well. It'll be really nostalgic for me to play again, but probably not nostalgic enough to feel like playing the whole game, because the game has some infamously horrible... I went back to the beginning again. Has some infamously horribly difficult parts, especially Marathon 1. But I love the visuals of the Marathon series. I've always liked the way that it looks and sounds, and actually one of my like back burner projects that I want to work on is to from scratch make a 3D model of the default, well not default, but like the lowest ranking grunt or fighter, I can't remember what they're called, of the 4, the alien race called the 4. So I always thought they looked so cool. And I liked how in the first Marathon they always made noises like radio, not radio static, but I was always kind of like... But then they made them so dumb in Marathon 2 and on, where instead they go like... It's like, why did you ruin them? They were kind of badass, and then they got goofy. Am I an artist? Well, that's a matter of opinion. Well, I do 3D model and stuff like that. I guess technically I am 3D modeling professionally now, as of like a month ago. Not for games. I'm doing like 3D renders for a company that does renders for eyewear companies. I'm actually working on a pair of Gucci glasses right now. Never thought I'd be doing that. But doing art or just assets and things for video games is something I really enjoy. And I have a lot of projects that I want to work on now that I have a source of income, so I don't have to worry about being able to eat another day and pay rent. I mean, I'm not designing the Gucci lenses. They're already designed, but I've been given photos of some eyewear from a bunch of different companies like that. And they create 3D models out of the photographs. You're learning OpenGL to make a visual novel. I've heard of people making stuff from scratch in OpenGL. Like, I just can't even comprehend what would go into trying to just take something as fundamental and basic as just OpenGL and making something from that. Like, my programming level of knowledge, I have to start at like Unity or Unreal, or at what I want to learn right now is Godot engine. I've been trying to learn some Python because I think Godot script is based on Python. And I was doing front-end web development for a while, like HTML, CSS, a little bit of JavaScript, and using some frameworks and libraries. But I'm so behind in all of that that I decided to not get into web development anymore. Instead, oh wait, so every year I make offerings in secret. Okay. Did I accidentally find where I'm supposed to go? Can I burn? Whole concept of not having a GUI that boggles people's minds. That's the thing, like I am not programmatically minded enough to be able to create something entirely for them to leave us alone once again. To create something entirely just from looking at code. Like at least when I was doing HTML, I could open it in a browser and be making changes and updating, refreshing the page and see visual changes. But to be like, okay, I got to create the fundamental logic of everything in something that has no visual representation. The voice is soothing. Well, thank you. I'm also tired. You're going to whip yourself into shape. Yeah, Godot engine is really, like, it's growing into a very powerful thing. I don't think it'll ever be on par with Unity and Unreal Engine, but it's way more capable than people realize. Like, it was originally oriented towards just 2D types of games, like very popular in mobile, but it's dove pretty heavily into 3D now as well, and they have like Vulkan render engine, so it can, like, it's perfectly capable. But the best thing that I've been learning about Godot is just that, well, it's open source, so no matter how much money you make or anything from whatever you make, you get all of it. There's no licensing, there's no special anything for it. Like, what you download is all you ever need, and it's extremely lightweight. Like, the entire program, it's like 10 megabytes, 20 megabytes, something like that. Opens really fast. And you can actually run the editor on a phone. Like, I don't know if it's intended for that, but just because of how it's designed, like, you can have Godot editor running your mobile game on your phone, and you can make changes to your mobile game from the phone. I thought that was insane. Like, that sounds extremely useful. You don't have to, like, do weird, you know, pairing of your phone with your computer and transferring builds over and stuff. It's the Godot editor. It's spelled Godot. Some people say Godot, but apparently it's Godot. Another one who uses Unity. Yeah, I mean, I use Unity mostly just for VR chat. I have done some Unity stuff for like freelance projects, but nothing too complicated. How long are we waiting for Godot? Yeah, well, Godot 4, which is what people were waiting for, is in beta, and you can use it. And I think it's going to... Maybe it's still supposed to fully release this year? I thought that was their goal, was 2022, but who knows? Anyway, this blurry rectangle. 3 sacrifices should do it this year. I like these. Alright. For people who are just waking up now, get ready for a lot of annoying screams. I'm sorry, but it's the game. We got a Jesus. Accept these morsels and avert your eyes. Alright, we're burning Jesus. Had to do it to him. It's the only way. Alright. I think it was that everything? Should I burn all the trees too? Let's just burn everything while we're at it. Burn, 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 burn. Okay, something about 3 sacrifices? Where else? Okay, there's this tree. Missed that one. Some more trees. What's this? You've been using Unity for a passion game for about 7 years. Vinny played it when it was in really early shape. Really? What game was it? I just so happen to be a moderator of Vinny's, who's been in the community for 7 years now, I think. Zerahyped? Let me Google that really quick. Is it like on itch or something? I might remember. Oh, when I search it, Vinny's stream from 2015 comes up.
me to play this game for months. Just want to put that out there. So he knows what he's in for. All right. Jiggle physics.
I actually don't remember this game.
I've given no indication on what to do or where to go.
Uh-oh. Is this going to bring back bad memories by showing this on stream?
There's probably a lot more to this, but right from the start, I have no idea. So let's just head back to that little floating rock. Dude,
Yeah, this looks cool.
Very specific spot you have to press. I see. Trying to go by that old saying, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything. Oh, there we go. Wait. Yep, you gotta get in from behind. What's this? WS forwards and backwards, left and right.
Yeah, I have actually no memory of him playing this. I must have missed the stream.
No chance in hell. But as usual. So you knew what you were in for. You know, in a few years, a few months, however long it takes you to work and get something going, I think it could be good. It's just a matter of, you know, working on it more and figuring out.
So after that stream, did you go and work more on it? Like, what happened since then? I know it's got to be extremely nerve-wracking thing to have someone who has thousands of people playing your game and they're like, oh, the streamer isn't playing it right, or they're not, or they ran into this extremely rare bug that I couldn't recreate. Now everyone thinks the game is bad because he had this rare bug. You worked on it for 5 more years. Nice. He's more screaming. Oh man, this game's still going on. Got another T-poser. Okay, there's one more left. Yeah, it's fine to post links in chat. The game is more polished and free, and you don't sell any of it. Because money is complicated. I agree. Thank you for the follows. Unkonlitru and Karlovich. Okay. This should be the end of the game, I hope. Alright, no, wait, that's one I already burned. Wait, here it is. No, it's a tree. Oh my god, where is it? Wait, is this back in the cave? And okay. Well, I think I've been playing this one long enough. Wait. I think this is the last bit of screaming we have to listen to. It is done. I hope they find a new tragedy to look at. Oh, and it closed itself. All right. Well, there we go. Full run. Thank you for the follow, Captain Chug. Anyway, back to this. The tragedy is over. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, let's see. How many? Oh, we got 7 more. Looks at time, and it's 7:17 here. Oh, man. Thanks for the follow, Frank Dreadnought. A badass name. Thank you for all the streams this month. I know, there's been like 4. It's insane. Luckily it is Saturday. I don't work today. I'll keep going a bit longer. Loud noise warning as a new game starts. It is not frozen, it is loading. Alright, someone's on their using their Casio for the first time. Okay. Yeah, this is the Clown Vomit Home Planet. See, when 2D pixel art games are being corrupted, this is what it looks like lightly below the surface as corruptions are happening in real time. Oh, that's right. This is still the game where, oh no, you came for knowledge. This is still supposed to be a continuation of the previous game. You know, all the games are sequels to the previous one. It's the whole concept of this collection. So we have the red eye theme. Oh. Oh, Trixie. Many were burned to stop us. And for what? Your superstition is illusory. I like the sounds. Getting the cat involved now, too. Question mark? Carrot. These confessions shall be broken, or these confines shall be broken. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, breaking the game, breaking the game. Oh, maybe I'm breaking the confines. Ah, I think I am. We understand now. We shall find another tragedy. We are free. You are a fool. Don't look behind you. And it closes. See, they resisted the urge to put a jump scare. Biblically accurate angel simulator. I am always down for biblically accurate angels. In fact, I think it was during the last stream, we had a biblically accurate GF. And I found out that you could download the model of the character from itch, and I might turn it into a VR chat avatar. Because I'm that sad. Whoa! Yeah, I'm really curious how this previous game, how it looks on stream. I have to look at the VOD later. Yeah, I have Twitch VODs. I highlight all of my previous streams so that they don't get deleted. So if it's not in past broadcasts, it would be in highlights. And then I put all of my VODs on YouTube as well. So my YouTube channel is an archive. Yeah, the biblically accurate GF. Actually, she's in the thumbnail of my YouTube channel, the latest video. But I like to play your game. I could say potentially the next time I stream. I want to get through this. And I'm going on 7 hours. But I'd like to give it a shot. Is the latest version of the game? Where can I get the latest version? I guess I will ask. Next one is Infinite Noodle. Oh, I forgot to check the log for on this one. If left in a room for more than blank hours, any metallic objects surrounding the disc will have inched closer to it as if the disc was magnetic or has a strong enough gravitational pull. Produces a 434 Hz hum when struck with a small hammer. To put that to the test. Zerahype.net. Here, I'll write that down in my stream notes. People recommend stuff, I write it down. Cerahaypt. How do you pronounce it, by the way? Is it Zerahyped? the stress put on the hyped. Sarah hyped. Or is it Zara hyped? I don't know. It could be a lot of different things. Sarah hipped. Sarah hipped. All right. Mega upload. Okay, so here's this one by Infinite Noodle. I'm going to check out log notes. The CD cover doesn't provide much information. I wasn't expecting this creepy eyeball again. It looks like the game responds to WASD. I asked blank for more details, but they couldn't say more about it. Another Godot game. Jesus. Wish there was a way so that in Windows, anytime something is opened, it will like or anytime a game engine is opened, it just like lowers everything way down. Because I don't think I've ever played a game where I leave it at the volume that it starts and oh my god, I'm getting attacked. Wait, the game isn't even in focus. Okay, let's try that again. Am I dead? Can I restart? I'm stuck. I can't move. It says 100% stamina, but it's an empty bar. Oh no, I'm dead. Okay. But not for real. Okay, the game doesn't know how to restart. Okay, let me just reopen the game. I have an OBS-based limiter on. I don't let anything get over -5 dB. I think I have it at. I mean, if it's a game that I regularly play on stream, I always put it into windowed mode, but all these games, when I'm just going one after another from itch, they always open full screen. So I just have to kind of learn to deal with full screen games because I don't want to sit here and try to like manually get them all into window before I play. You will not find the books. Do I find more immersive full screen or fixed resolution window? Well, strangely for me, I prefer to have things in a window, even for immersion back. Oh, god damn it. Because I sit pretty close to my monitor, and it's annoying to me to have to like move my eyes around a lot to see everything on the screen, especially if it's like an FPS where your eyes are moving really fast. So when I have a smaller window, my eyes don't need to move as much, and it's just more comfortable and easier for me to enjoy a game when it's in a window on my monitor. This turn speed, though. Oh. Well, in an FPS where which I think is really annoying, how like critical information like health is like a tiny number in the corner of the screen, and I'm spending most of the game looking at the crosshairs. And it's like, I want to keep knowing what my health is, so I'm like going back to the corner, to the middle, of the corner, to the middle, of the corner, and it's just doing that over and over and over, especially when I'm fairly close to my monitor, and monitor is pretty big. It just gets tiring over time. So, god damn it. So it's I prefer it to just be in a smaller window on my monitor so I can see everything without as much eye movement. Oh my god, this is not fair. At least it keeps the books after I've found them, so I don't have to redo this. This turning radius, though. Oh. And they're spawn camping me. I don't think stamina... Oh, I can run. Okay. Dark gray meter on a slightly lighter gray background. That doesn't really communicate that well. I thought the meter was empty. I like the music change when the eyeball gets close. It's funny. Especially with like that bass line. Thanks for the follow, Gretagar Beige. Complex and big UIs are better. Well, here's the thing. I like minimal UIs as much as possible. Like, the less on the screen, the better. I hate navigating menus and doing all like typical like RPG things and all that. So when devs can find ways to communicate important information in minimal ways, especially if it's like a part of the game's world, it's so much more desirable to me. And I've always liked it where critical things like health, if it's in the center of the screen, like isn't it like Skyrim or something? Don't they have the health meters in the middle bottom? That way it's easier in like your peripheral vision to see what your health is. And I also like it to be displayed in like a meter form rather than a number, because it's even easier to read it in your peripheral vision rather than looking at a number change. So that way I don't have to look directly at it and I can know. Like this loop. Where's the books? Playing this game while trying to read chat at the same time. Challenge in itself. I think it might sound pretentious, but I believe interfaces are kind of admittance that things are failing to be communicated visually. No, I can agree with that, because it's like the easiest way to communicate information is just show the value on the screen. And I mean, easy doesn't always mean bad. I guess this kind of just depends on like how elegant you want to design your game and how well or how efficiently you want to communicate information. So I think UX is such a important aspect of polishing a game. This does sound like the Zelda CDI music. Come on, just 4 more. Where are the books? I mean, for most of my life, I preferred full screen just because, like, you know, it takes up more of my view, so it's more immersive. But I've just come to realize over the years that, like, the less work my eyeballs have to do over long periods of time, the more comfortable I am playing a game. So if there is no HUD, and I could just look at the game environment, like, that's ideal. Okay, I'm gonna give this game 1 more minute, and I'll move on to the next one. I think we've seen where this game is going. Oh, there's a book. I do appreciate that you keep the books between rounds, because I would not have the patience to keep going if it didn't keep them. Thanks for the follow, Phoenix Sunday. Oh my god, we're so close now. Kind of wish the eyeballs would make even a quiet noise. I can kind of sense where they are, because like the way you control this, like you're very blind to what's going on around behind you. Music only changes when they're pursuing you. 8. Oh. Yeah, I've always... Oh my god. I've always understood it that... So, you know, UI is user interface. And that could be any way in which you communicate information to a player. And it just happens to be that a GUI, a graphical user interface, it usually means something overlaid onto the screen. So like a GUI is a specific type of UI. So yeah, like I said, like even just having the screen, you know, flash or turn red or have blood splatter on the screen or something, like, is a form of UI. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a number on the screen for it to classify as UI. Like, I know this is a whole can of worms, but UI can completely make or break a game for me. Like, I remember for a long time, I was interested in playing Star Wars Galaxies, and I know that's very interesting past. And I saw that there's like a fan remake of Star Wars Galaxies. And I was like, huh, I remember as a kid, I was really looking forward to this game, and I was so sad, and I was never able to play it. Maybe I should give it a shot. And I watched YouTube videos of people playing it, and like 90% of their time was just like clicking around UI menus. It's like, I don't really want to play a Star Wars game where you spend most of your time just clicking around menus. So I decided against playing it. I mean, the video I was watching was doing crafting stuff and all that, which usually that ends up being a really intensive UI thing because of all the information you're trying to communicate. Go to the reading desk. Okay, this is it. I'm about to beat the game. Now I gotta find the desk. Thanks for the follow, Darius. Darius? Yeah, I've been running. I keep forgetting that it's there. But like my turn radius gets even worse when I'm running, so I'm trying not to use it too much. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I can run backwards. Oh, here's the desk. Here we go. The books are too powerful for you. This knowledge is a curse. You're going to join those who already failed. You are a tragedy. Damn, what an ending. It was intense. How's EverQuest going? Yeah. I really enjoy the first EverQuest, and I've been playing the fan-run servers, Project 1999, on the green server, but I'm really not an MMO person in general, at least not the way the majority of them are all designed, but the original EverQuest is one of the few exceptions. Not only is a lot of it's fueled by nostalgia and everything because I grew up playing it in the 90s, but the game is just so simple compared to all the MMOs that followed it, and it's very open-ended. Like, it doesn't direct you anywhere. You just kind of are thrown in the world. You're like, okay, you're this race, you're this class, just good luck. And I really like that. So it's like the way the game is played was determined by the community over decades of people playing it. So now it's just kind of, it's very social. There's a lot of downtime between fighting, so you actually just kind of sit around and just talk to random people you come across, and it's so fun. Like, I tried playing, yeah, EQ EverQuest. I tried, oh, hello, Hexen. Good morning. I tried playing World of Warcraft for the first time earlier this year. I think it was like in April or something. And I felt so overwhelmed that it was just like, and I mean, I know it's kind of a weird time to play WoW for the first time because it's had such a long life, and it's just like piles and piles of like all the DLC and all the add-ons and content. Like, I'd like to describe it like it's walking through an amusement park that's been abandoned for a long time. Just thinking like, people used to have a lot of fun here. Like, I wonder what it was like when people used to ride this roller coaster and all these rides. No one does it anymore. And then you keep walking and everyone's just sort of sitting in one spot. So out of the corner of your eye, you see someone in the distance, like just players maybe here and there. It's just that, you know, tons of people still play it, but they've been playing it for so long, they know exactly what they need to do here and there, and it's just like this extremely optimized method of play that if you're new, like, you're not going to have any sense of adventure or exploration anymore, because it's all been explored, it's all been documented, everything is exactly how the players you know, they play it exactly how they want to, and the wikis, and it just was not a good experience at all. And if I didn't play things exactly right, people yelled at me, said I played like shit, and I said like, well, I just started playing, and they said, well, find a group to play with, don't play with random people because they're gonna want you to, I don't know, it's just like. And I tried joining a guild, and everyone had like 50 alt characters at our max level, and I just, ugh, such a bad experience. And I tried playing Classic, and I liked the gameplay of Classic way better than like current modern WoW. And you know, the creators of World of Warcraft, they attribute EverQuest as being their primary influence. And in fact, one of the guild leaders, one of the like most well-known guild leaders of EverQuest, went on to make World of Warcraft. So it's like EverQuest and WoW are very intertwined in their history. So I like the gameplay of Classic a lot better, but I still foresaw that it was going to be extremely grindy, and also that you need to have a group to play with, and just finding random people wasn't going to cut it. And I hate it when games are like, oh, it's fun with friends. If you want to just jump on and play on your own time, well, fuck you. Games aren't for having fun. Yeah, it's just I'm waiting for MMOs to have like a radical redesign, because I like the idea of an MMO. I like the idea of having a huge amount of players all in one continually existing world, all interacting, doing stuff like that. But I guess I'm just tired of the RPG aspect of MMORPG. It's just like, I think RPGs as a whole are just one of the slowest evolving genres of game. Like, just not much has changed, I feel like, with RPGs. And I'm not an expert by any means. I don't play that many, but just from what I've seen, it's just like RPGs are just, they cling so heavily onto their legacy and how things are supposed, how things were like in Dungeons and Dragons and all the like tabletop, and like they hang on to their roots really tightly. When Classic WoW came out 2019, you're working a graveyard shift with meant days off, and I had time to play, and it was impossible to find groups to do anything. Yeah, and it's funny when I play EverQuest, like now, that I'm playing with people who are like at meetings at work. Like they're on a remote, like I was playing with a guy who was in a video call while he was in my group, and he was taking care of his son while his wife was away. So he's playing while at a work meeting with a kid in the same room as him. It's just like everyone I run into is doing 1,000 other things while having EverQuest on the side. It's just one of those games where it's like you end up knowing it so well that you just sort of don't even think while you're playing, and you just find groups, and it's really, really casual in a good sense. It has a steep learning curve, so if you're playing EverQuest brand new, you're going to be like, what am I even supposed to do? But once you know how to play, you'll realize it's way simpler than it seems. And it's one of the friendliest MMO communities I've been across too, because like everyone who plays EverQuest these days probably played it in the 90s like me, and have come back to it with like a positive feeling, where they're just like, oh, it's just nice to play this game again. Like they're in a good mood. Like they're not there to get really sweaty and be like, I need to be the best, I need on top of it, I need to, there is some of that with like the people that raid and guilds and stuff, but most of the game is just very relaxed, and people are all older. They're usually like in their 30s and over, and it's just don't have to deal with annoying kids. Look into Ember by Mark Kern. Is that let me Google that real quick. Oh, I assume it's pronounced Ember. Oh, new game by veteran game maker Mark Kern, creator of Firefall and team lead from Vanilla World of Warcraft. Oh. Seems interesting. Right away, concept art of, I know this isn't on stream, but right away, concept art of female character that is extremely muscular, has gigantic boobs, and is wearing a very thin shirt with, things piercing through the shirt. Not sure how I feel about the art direction, but I don't know. I'll look into it. I think the credentials sound really cool. Like, if they're involved with vanilla World of Warcraft, I'd probably be more likely to play than current World of Warcraft. Thanks for the follow. Dutvatan. Dutvuten. Dutvatan. And they stream updates and stuff. Cool. Duvutain. Or is it Duvutan? Because I know in British English, they usually pronounce AE as E. In American English, we usually pronounce AE as just ah, I think. Or A. Yeah, A. Anyway, let's see. Oh, you're Swedish, so it's like so I'm guessing then you'd probably pronounce it more Britishly. Dutvuteen? Oh, but then in the name it's T-A. No, I'm bad. Tan. Okay. Dutvutan. Like Louis Vuitton. Okay, log. Reminds me of this one time I got involved in rituals and stuff. Walking through the woods in the blank, looking for items that would grant me passageway into blank. I believe it was. Or was it blank? Nonetheless, that kind of stuff made me question if the bizarre ramblings we find online or in crack dens are really just logs made by oneself as a warning to another or as a guide. My mind wanders at these questions. Sometimes I feel my eyes play tricks on me. I've seen too much to do with eyes. Anyways, what is life without a few mysteries, and how are we going to know if myths and rituals are fake if we don't try them? I used to own books full of this stuff. Well, that tells me a lot about this game. I think it's going to be rituals, and it's created by Luke's Offline. Like the A in man. Oh, man. Okay, so Dutvutan. Dutvutan. Stream is not frozen. It's just opening another game. Oh boy. This one's off to a great start. We're in the woods at night with a flashlight and we're collecting books. Hold on. Putting volume down to 20%. Maybe even lower. Oh, my car is awesome. Oh, hello. So, yeah, the whole concept of this overall game is for people who didn't hear it before. The game's called C.H.A.I.N. And all these games, there's 20 games made by 20 different people. And the rule was that they started with one game, and then the next one couldn't be developed until the first one was finished. And the next dev could only refer to the game before theirs to design the sequel to it. So all of these are supposed to be interconnected, like narrative wise. So I can kind of see some stuff passing between it, but just like a game of telephone, if one person doesn't follow the previous thing at all, it just kind of throws everything else out the window and just starts over new. Like I like how the eyeball concept has kind of been consistent throughout. I wonder if anyone in human history has ran around in the woods at night collecting books. It's like video games would have you believe that this is a pretty common thing, whether it's books or notes. So I think a normal person would be like, well, if I'm in the woods collecting something, I should probably wait till it's morning to collect them. Yeah, the hills have eyes. Or the woods have eyes. Looks phoned in. Well, yeah, this is just a part of a goofy project that was available for free. It's not meant to be any, like, profound thing. And I kind of like just playing quick game jam games and stuff like that. And I think all 20 games were completed within 6 months in their free time. I remind you of your Dutch friend who also likes math. I don't really like math. I like geometry because it has to do with shapes, and I like shapes. But math is always a big mental struggle for me. Like, I've had some pretty interesting experiences since I started streaming more than usual. Like this time, or this month, like I said, I've streamed like 4 times, which usually I'd stream like once every like couple months. But life's changing for the better, and I'm more able to stream. But anyway, so I've been streaming just lots of random itch games, and I'm trying to go out of my way that with every game that I play, when I put the VOD on YouTube, you know, I'll put links to all the games and everything, and then I go to the itch page of every game I played, and I leave a review for all of them, no matter what they were like, whether I liked it or not. And some of the really small games that have no comments, no reviews, I try to look for some like that, and I leave a comment. I've had a few developers of those games, like some have jumped into the stream. One of them jumped into the stream before. We talked about the game while they were there, and they even made a video because I was struggling to do aspects of that person's game. And he's like, hey, I made a video for you to show you how it was supposed to be played. And that was really cool. And there was another one where it turned out the game was made by like a group of music students who had never made a game before, and they decided to get together one day and see if they could make a game. And it's like, oh, I didn't even know that. It's a nice background story. All right, here's the final book. And Windows alert sound, and the game closed. Cool. Anyway. So why is it called 15 though? There were 8 books. What game was that? It was Check's Stream Notes. It was called Aleatorium. Aleatorium. It's a very simple game, and it had bugs, unfortunately. Like it's like a first-person game. You run around kind of a grayscale, foggy environment, and you catch these little like particle effects, and every particle you collect adds a different instrument to the song. Kind of an interesting like electronic song, little dancey. And then the closer and closer you get to the like center of this big structure, the song gets more complex. It's a very simple, cool little thing. Yeah, that looks like the correct spelling. I think you could either just search itch.io for that to find it, or oh, okay, that the name of the game is also their credit. So you can do aleatorium.itch.io and that will bring you to their page. And then the game has the same name. Gonna grab a drink real quick, couple seconds. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the beginning, like I'm not sure if the developers of all these games were given any kind of prompt, because like you said, there is some similarities that seem to be throughout. I know in general it's supposed to be a horror game that they make. It's supposed to be linear, like there can't be multiple endings. There has to be a definite start and a definite end in order for the concept to work. There's at least those kinds of things, but I don't know about like thematically if they're like because you know some elements have disappeared entirely over time. Like the Miss Blanche hasn't appeared in a long time. Eyeballs have persisted for quite a while. I can't think of the first game that introduced the eyeball because they seem to have the biggest impact on everything. Oh, the last one was called 15 because it was the 15th game in the collection. Okay. Here's 16 by Neither Nathan. Let's see what the log is. Specimen has been known to respond to blank results. Wait, has been known to respond to blank. Wait. Weird grammar in a lot of these. Specimen has been known to respond to blank results unpredictable. Digital pointing device and keys AWSD plus E. Functional when applied to the disk. Okay, disk. Contents of disk closely mimic the events relating to Echo Garden incident. Case file. If this is... I think this would be 2001 March. Or if this is like how us Americans do it, it would be January 3rd with no known year. Snowdonia, Wales, UK. Yeah, I know what you mean about the streaming styles. Yeah, I try to. I mean, I go on tangents like crazy about stuff, oftentimes not about games and all that. I guess my thing is just mostly, yep, ASMR paper noises. My thing is mostly, the I only play games if I really want to play them or have an interest in them, which I know it doesn't say much, but I guess I like to put more focus on what I'm playing. Sometimes we'll watch videos and all that too. It's rare that I ever play a continuous game across multiple streams. I think one of the only times I've done that is for Half-Life Alyx, because one of my all-time favorite games is Half-Life 1. I also like 2, but Half-Life 1 has a big place in my heart. But, and I do a lot of VR stuff, and in the future I'm planning on doing more VR chat things. Mostly just because I have hundreds of favorited worlds in VR chat, and I want to kind of do like a tour of all the worlds that I think are interesting. And yeah, as Roy notes, I have never, I never finished my run of the Penumbra series. I played Overture all the way through, and then I was about like 2/3 of the way through Black Plague before I stopped playing. And I think it's Requiem is the last one that I haven't ever played. I don't know anything about it. Oh, you put all the models from your game into a VR chat world. Nice. It's always fun checking out games that are non-VR to see them in VR. Thanks for the follow, Teko Taulu. Yeah, I've heard Requiem is not like the other games at all. It's just kind of, yeah, puzzle-based. It's just that I liked Overture quite a bit. Okay, let me get this open. Oh, I already read this. I liked Overture. In Black Plague, I liked the beginning, but the whole concept of the like goofy ass demon voice just completely took me out of it. Like, you know, like tough, stereotypical New Yorker voice. He's like, "Do you think you really want to do that? Oh, hey, you just killed the guy. That's crazy." It's like that. All the horror just disappeared as soon as that voice started coming and be a normal character. Oh, that's right. There was a tech demo because they used, what is it, Frictional Games. The name of their engine is based on Lovecraft, because I think they were working on it. What is it called? It's like LC engine or something like that. Come on, game. I grabbed the last books from the and ran, hurtling through the forest as fast as my legs could carry. It wasn't long before I reached the sodden boards and bramble of the old cabin, where my salvation rests in the soil between the burrows and the brush. I know it's loud. I had to act quickly. Okay. It was spelled Sodden, wasn't it? I didn't just misread it. I know it's supposed to be sudden, but like I like to read it typos and all most of the time. mostly default to playing Pavlov and such. Yeah, Pavlov's pretty fun. And yeah, VR chat is one of these games where you really need someone who's played a lot of it to show you who to talk to and where to go. Like, the game does a really bad job of advertising itself. Like, some of the worst experiences you can get in the game is going in completely blind and not knowing anything about it, which, you know, is not a good thing for a game, but you can't really do much about that in a game that is nearly entirely driven by the community. Like, everything you see is made by a player. Avatars and worlds, there's like only a couple things made by the developers. Yeah, and the whole avatar creation process and all of that is basically like you're just making an asset for a game. Like, there's no built-in editing kinds of things. You just open up Unity, you use some prefabs that they've made for interfacing with VR chat and all that. Like, I've made avatars and worlds before. I kind of have a basic idea of how it all works, but it's not user-friendly. Well, you don't need trusted status. You just need user. So when you immediately join, you can't start uploading content right after joining. And they do that to prevent abuse, because people would get banned for making like really bad things, or like stalking, or just things that they get banned for, and they immediately go make a new account and just do it again. So this way they have to at least spend a considerable amount of time in the game, hanging out with other players and not getting reported and all that before you can start uploading stuff again. It's all there for safety reasons. Yeah, I mean, if a design decision seems very strange in VR chat, more often than not, it's because there was some event that happened that caused it to be the way it is. Like, it's very rare anything is in the game for like just like a weird, just to be weird and quirky or something. It's usually a weird decision is because of a player that, or a big group of players that consistently caused problems by doing something specific, so they had to come up with measures of preventing people from doing it. I know I have over 1,000 hours in VR chat, and for some people they're like, oh, I remember my first 1,000, and they have like 3,000. I have a lot of time in VR, and I did VR stuff professionally for a while. I worked at The Void as a technician, working on their proprietary equipment, like maintaining it at our location. And The Void was one of the coolest VR venues I've ever been a part of. And I'll never forget working there. And then the pandemic killed the whole company, and I lost a job. It was almost a dream job, but it's gone. Okay, so this one, I don't think this one had a name, but it involves a ritual, as the environment seems to imply. I like the way the environment looks so far. It's just the right amount of lo-fi. It's not obnoxiously low, and it's not high enough to where everything just looks bad. Okay, I'm gonna say herb. So non-Americans, just cover your ears when I say herb burner. Oh, this looks nice. So we got some herbs and spices. Gonna make some breaded chicken. So those 3. Oh, okay. Each individual burner has to have thing. There is a whole video explaining why herb and herb are said differently in different parts of the world. And I believe it comes down to the fact that English is this like nightmarish mashup of lots of other languages, and that different languages pronounce them differently. So when English was influenced by that there's different parts of the world started like taking use of the word, and I don't know. It's like it's a whole weird thing. Kind of like how, sorry, I keep going on so many tangents and not playing the game. I mean, speaking of that, like, people are like, why do Americans call football soccer? And I learned that it was the British that came up with the word soccer and gave it or spread it to the Americans. And then the Americans, we didn't get the memo that they went back to calling it football. Because soccer is an abbreviation for association football. And it was because rugby had another name and that was similar to football, I guess, and they came up with association football to differentiate it from rugby. And the abbreviation for association was soccer, I guess. So the Americans started calling it soccer. And then when American football started coming about, they were calling, which American football is a lot like rugby. So they started calling it football because the British were calling rugby some form of football at the time. So like, oh, okay, so this is football. And soccer is the one with, you know, the ball with like the hexagons or pentagons or whatever on it. So you can blame the British for the Americans pronouncing or calling modern football soccer. Caught America wrong as a joke. I mean, I believe it. I could see that happening. Or you call it, well, no, footy or footy is just like a slang short version of football. It's gonna go down, play some footy, got a drink. Gonna get pissed with my mates. Like, what a bottle. And I think it is interesting, too, how... Plant? Oh, here it is. Jasmine. How... I mean, this is obvious, but, you know, I'm American, and we're like, oh, you have a Southern accent. And there's all kinds of... you know, there's tons of different accents all over in the U.S., and people who aren't from the U.S., usually all they know about American accents is New York accents or American Southern accents. So you're either a New Yorker or you're from the South. And there's nothing else. But then at the same time, when Americans talk about like British accents, they're just all the same. It's like, oh, it's a British accent. But then, you know, as I've heard and been told over the years that there's just so many different regional accents within the UK. So like when you say like, oh, you have a Southern accent, like it's like a Southern British accent is, you know, a whole different thing, obviously, than a US Southern accent. So when you just say, oh, you have a Southern accent, like it completely depends on what country you're in. Surfer accent. I always think of that as just being a Californian accent. Like, or at least just West Coast. It's like, so the other day I was just getting a drink. It's like the greatest thing I've ever had. Gonna go to the mixology bar. Just gonna do some yoga and travel and eat some food. Some food. It's like so cool, you know? I mean, it's a big exaggeration. Usually people can't tell where in America I'm from unless you're from the same part I'm in. I mean, I'm from Minnesota, which is Midwest, northern Midwest. And we have the most neutral of all the American accents. But I actively try to I actively fight my own state's accent because I think it sounds so terrible. It sounds demeaning. You could tell it's from Minnesota. Wow, if you're from a Scandinavian country, Minnesota accents sound the way they do because of the Swedish and Norwegian influence. Like, huge portion. Oh, you're UK. Oh no, I think I'm confusing you for someone else. Oh, that's right. Dut Vutan is from Sweden. There we go. Wrong person. You both have names that start with D's, and they're about the same length. I get your names confused. But oh, I can pick all the plants up separately. Nice. Yeah, so the biggest European influence in the American Midwest is from countries like Sweden and Norway. So in my state, there's a lot of people who look Swedish. Like I'm like a quarter Swedish and quarter German, and then I think like half Polish. People say I look Polish. Like one of my grandmothers was a fluent Swedish speaker. She didn't teach her children any Swedish, which I feel bad, because now I'm just so stereotypically American, where I only learned English growing up. I wish I was taught other languages. I took like 4 years of Spanish, and I barely remember it because I didn't have anywhere to use it. Didn't continually practice it. I took a year of Russian. All right. Actual gameplay is happening here, folks. Fill with sage. Fill with lavender. Oops. Just kidding, jasmine. Oh, that was lavender. Okay. Make blood sacrifice? Oh. I wasn't told there was going to be blood. But there will be blood. Credits roll. Make blood sacrifice. Nothing happened. That's gotta suck. Maybe the herbs are wrong. Oh, that put them in the wrong spot. Oh, I gotta match the diagram. Okay, so the line is coming from... the vertical line is coming from the top. Okay, so the long skinny one... wait, okay, leafy one at the top. Pointy one at the right. How do I know what's in here? Oh, I have to go get... oh, okay, they're burners, so I have to go get them again. I look polished. Wow. Oh, Minnesota does have a lot of German influence as well, that's true. But there's a lot of German influence all over the whole country. And French. So usually the Scandinavian influence is what makes the Midwest stand out. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that people from countries like Finland, Sweden, Norway don't like being called a Scandinavian country. Is that like an American word for those countries or something? Because I never hear people from there ever use that word. I only hear Americans say it. Okay, so I think this is starting from left to right, I hope. Oh no, I have to know the names of these. Should have been paying attention. I can't see the cursor, but I'm making a menu selection. That's a good choice. So this one I want to be the flowery one. I'm guessing lavender is the flowery one. Nope. It was a leafy one. Let's start over. Just throw them all in here incorrectly. Finland is not Scandinavian. Really? Well, why are they connected then if they didn't want to be grouped in with nearby countries? I know like Finnish is a lot different of a language, like different roots than Norwegian and Swedish. That's all I really remember. I'll do one at a time. Oh, I have to sacrifice blood real quick. Until I pass out. Okay. Now I'll actually pay attention. Okay, so jasmine is the flowery one, which is what I want in the bottom left. Or is it Yasmin? Sage is the leafy one. I'm going to put in the top center. Finnish, Estonian, Hungarian are common languages, or they have similar ancestors. Interesting. This has a Minecraft sort of calm to it. Well, I have a feeling things are about to ramp up here as soon as the ritual is performed. Yeah, I need the skinny ones. Where are they? I am just kind of getting, like, in games, getting bored of Satan. It's such a tired trope now to just have, like, demons and the devil and, like, Christian imagery in horror games. Here's lavender. This is, like, just a really easy thing to target. Really quick Minnesotan story that won't be interesting to anyone but me is that, so there's a YouTuber named Any Austin, and I really like his videos. He does, his current thing is he's doing unemployment studies of video games, where he goes around different video game towns and tries to see how many people are employed or not, and he just kind of judges them in a very objective way. And then he also does another series called what is it? I can't remember what the name of the series is clever, but it's where he just finds very uninteresting parts of games and just thinks a lot about them, like areas that just feel strange for no particular reason. Anyway, I was watching his videos and just the way he was talking and like a sense of humor and all that, I was like, why does he sound so familiar? And it's just like something about him just seems extremely familiar. And then I dug a little bit and looked into his like social media accounts, and he's from the same city as me. I've never met him, but it's just the Minnesotan vibe was coming off really strong because like kind of monotone ways of speaking and like a dry sense of humor and all of that kind of thing is a very Minnesotan stereotype. And it's like, oh my God, he's one of us. That's why. Okay. Actual gameplay happening. My last blood cell going into this ritual. What the... Oh my God. Hey, what's going on? Well, that was nice. Looked cool, to the point. The name of the Minnesotan con, and his channel is Any Austin, A-N-Y space A-U-S-T-I-N. Got eaten by an eye. Oh my God, we're almost done. We have 3 more games until I can click the stop stream button. Okay, this is Veil by Amos Sori. Let's see what the notes we have here. Ah, yes, yes. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, my dudes. Here, I'll use Google real quick. Camera from Nippon. All right. Modern technology. The collected sample covers are so funky, it reminds me of the stress-free 70s. However, the contents of the sample are very worrisome. Reminds me of my childhood. I am sitting in a room with a triangular pattern on the wall. I can't go outside. Cool story. It's actually more story than most of these have. Yeah, I do think I would enjoy your game. Like, I usually have a lot more patience for games than most people. Like, I like horror games, but I don't feel like I need to ever feel scared at any point to enjoy them. I think it's just games that put a lot of attention to just the feeling of the world. Like, the more present in a game I can feel, the more I like it. Like, I don't even need to have a challenge of any kind. Like, I'm perfectly fine going, paying money for a game that never really challenges me. But if I enjoy the way it looks and sounds, that's money well spent to me. I just want to feel something, man. I just want to feel. Know what it's like to feel again. Could be loud. Brace. One glance at a book and you hear the voice of another person, perhaps someone dead for 1,000 years. To read is to voyage through time. Like someone reeling in a fishing line. Really long fishing line. Okay, let me get the volume. Have I played the Twin Peaks VR game? No. I still want to watch anything about Twin Peaks. I've been recommended it so many times. I just never have like the motivation to sit and watch it. Okay. What is happening? Oh, it's in English. Well, I like this so far because the protagonist is afraid. It really takes me out of it when I'm playing a horror game and the main character, without any reason, is just completely unfazed by everything that's happening in the world. Like, it's not even supposed to be a characteristic of them that they're like not afraid of anything. It's just, I don't know, they didn't put the extra steps in to make the character feel immersed. Like, a good example is when I was playing that old Call of Cthulhu game, the FPS one, where you're like, you spend the night in the hotel and they're like, oh, outsider. And there's a scene where you are waking up in your hotel room and all the locals are breaking in with guns and it's very loud and they're yelling. Oh yeah, quit snooping around. That's what they say. And your character is just so calm. Like he's like, the door's locked. I better brace the door. I can't get out here. And you're like, he's being chased by a murderous crowd of people. Like, the door's locked. Like, come on, dude. So I see this is maybe taking inspiration from the previous game. Because we're out in the woods. Maybe. We haven't seen an eyeball yet. It's supposed to be his inner thoughts. True. I guess he isn't. He's not necessarily saying it out loud. But I don't know. Like, I don't think I've ever in life truly been in a panic to know this. But I feel like my inner thoughts would also be panicky if I were panicking. I don't know. Another thing too, and this is kind of something that I would want to do with like my own game projects that currently exist entirely in pages and pages and pages and pages of notes and not in any like digitally tangible form. But I want to make a like a player controller with like animations and stuff in the third person where the character will respond appropriately to startling things in the environment. Like, one thing I really like to see is like if there's a sudden loud noise that your character should like instinctively look over there, like independent of your player controlling. And not saying to steer the camera over there, but from the third person, like your character would be like, huh? You know, look over that direction. Or, you know, they'll change their running stance if they're being chased by something. So they're not just doing their old casual stride while they're running away from something trying to kill them. It's just all of that like dynamic animation changing depending on how they're supposed to be feeling right now. Did I play Only If? I haven't heard of that. I definitely have seen Soma. I watched full runs of it. Ooh, storming. Oh. Okay. See, I like this. Characters reacting how they should. Fractals. Whoa! God, how do I exit? I can't exit. Woo! Damn, yeah, I wasn't expecting some like sick drum breaks. Oh no, not breakcore. Okay, so officially I looked it up because I was hoping we didn't run into a situation where people were just discovering drum and bass for the first time and then just renamed it to breakcore, and they're like, dude, look, no, it's breakcore. So apparently the genre of breakcore is officially derivative of jungle, which drum and bass and similar genres are all from, or subgenres, and breakcore is considered a micro-genre of drum and bass, or something like that. Which I don't even know what that means, but someone in chat earlier said like, oh, it's just drum and bass, but even faster and hurts your ears more, or something like that. Thanks for the follow. Why is my butt sweaty? Nice name. So that one was actually pretty good. I mean, I don't know about like the massive tone shift at the end, but it looked cool. We got Scary Library by Autumn Rain. Ooh. Specimen has blank from the library. Citation needed. Specimen can possess and mutate people. Citation needed. Librarian was later questioned and was unaware of any paranormal activity present in the vicinity. Librarian responded to activation of a space button. Subject responded to activation of an arrow key. Arrow keys. Oh, look at this. They credited every individual sound. Like, one of my favorite things is when I see credits in a game and it says, like, door open 4A.wave. Credited to, Soundmaker 2 or something. Oh, I didn't see that jump scare in the bottom left corner. Oh my god. Yeah. Putting government agents are drawing hearts and a cat face and a star and a snake on a classified document. Yeah, maybe this is like the son or daughter of government agent. Okay, here's scary library. It's so dark and stormy out. Thankfully, this library seems to be open right now? Question mark? You hate how insistent EDM fans are on making this nomenclature for stuff like D&B, but has cats screaming. Oh, that's some meaty thunder. Hello, Cole. It's been a long stream. Actually, this is about my average length of a stream. Usually I'm about 7 hours. Now this is going on 8. That's longer than usual. What do you perceive as vaporwave? Well, I think fundamentally vaporwave... Well, first of all, it was made as like a joke originally, but it's supposed to be like the idea of things perceived as low value, forgettable music. Stuff that was not designed to be sat down and listened to. Stuff that you'd hear on like local access TV or on the... when you're waiting on hold on a phone or in an elevator or you're at a clothing store. So it's like meant to be just forgettable genres, which tends to be different forms of jazz, or it is like has filters applied to it to slow it down, like smooth jazz. Yeah, I usually start around midnight US Central Time. Well, I guess North America Central Time. And end at like 6-ish in the morning, but it's going a little weird. Sometimes I'll start earlier, so I don't go quite as late, but it depends on if I have to work the next day or not. Okay, anyway. It's so dark and stormy out. Thankfully, this library seems to be open right now, Ron Burgundy. Oh my god, this art style. Nice. Wow, you're open late, huh? Yep, I'm nocturnal. Same. Whoa, cool. Go look around or something, please. Did I play the game Gob? No, but I watched people play it, and I thought it was really cool. I haven't watched a full run of it, but that art style is magnificent. Like that clay, like really creepy clay sculptures. I can see through your walls. You can book. Can you though? Read is yes. song It's Yoru Move or whatever, that one that kind of started the vaporwave thing, is that the one that's do 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 do? That's the one I hear like crazy. Close enough. Well, I have been looking around or something. Oh my god. Is this a death note? She's gone, but this note with the rune on it is here. I wonder if there are any more. Oh my god, that noise is horrible. Okay, I'm being chased by something, but it's off camera, so I can't tell what it is. Oh, what the hell? Rip. Is that it? It's so dark and stormy out. Oh. Oh no. You should have added a checkpoint, Dev. Great. Now I gotta know how far I'm supposed to go to trigger her to die. I think I'll just do one loop. Huh. Hey, I don't yell loudly on streams. I'm not funny enough to yell. My limiter is my own self-control. Ah, that's a terrible sound. Really cool not being able to see in front of me, so I don't know where the monster is. Or did it just not spawn? That would be cool. That's a kind of... Oh god, okay, it's here. I mean, I guess it depends on, like, what is being yelled. Like, I get mentally exhausted if I'm listening to someone do their whole stream in a loud manner. Not necessarily yelling, but just, like, constantly talking like their chat is across the, like, the other side of the room. And I mean, I watch a lot of Vinny and Joel and stuff, and I think in Germa and Kryken and Tomato and a lot of different streamers, but I think certain situations talking loud could be funny. I know it's like really vague way to put it, but just in general, I'm like sensitive to loud noises. Well, sudden loud noises. And it's just, I know everyone is to an extent, but like, it's especially annoying for me. So I usually don't wear headphones, I just use speakers most of the time, so I don't have loud noises going directly into my ear holes. Okay, where's the last note? Uh-oh, I shouldn't have gone here. Uh-oh. Okay. Ooh. Is that a Resident Evil boss? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I watched Tomato. I usually just watch Tomato's VODs because I feel like if I watched him live, I would probably get banned from his chat. Because he's very, very, very particular about how chat should behave. The notes, they've been collected. Tomatoes chat I was talking about. Well, nearly everybody, like I think like, I don't know, 99% of people watching the stream right now probably came from someone connected to Vinny Vinesauce one way or another. Only a couple other people came from... A few people here from one of the Easter egg communities I'm a part of. There's just a couple people here that I know in real life that sometimes show up. I have Vinny from witch.tv. Vinny's channel is recommending me. I forgot that's a thing. I don't think I have any streams listed under recommendations. And a lot of people are here from Vidyabum streams too. He doesn't stream as much anymore because he just recently moved across the country. But we would usually stream at like, you know, really late hours in the US, which is very common. So we host or raid each other all the time because of our similar times. Or maybe Great Sphinx. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna defeat. Be gone. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. Wait, I collected all the pages. Stop possessing the librarian. You saved me. You were very courageous. What if she wanted to be a spider? Oh, that'd be kind of fun. I think that book you were reading was overdue or haunted or something. The end. Dun, 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 dun. Cool. Okay, we are 2 away from beating this game. Quote unquote beating. Braxis. By another one by Neither Nathan. Or Neither Nathan. Check the logs. Disclaimer. Specimen's cover is reported to cause fixation cases similar to hypnosis. Take proper care when studying it for too long. Okay. WASD and mouse. Events shown in specimen's gameplay seem to bear disturbing similarities to the blank and the blank events. It also references clearly the entity cataloged as 54FL. Oh no, is this an SCP? Identified in its Abraxas. Approximately 2/5 of the subjects that were exposed to the specimen's cover had collateral effects ranging from dreaming with imagery present on into risking their own well-being trying to reach the specimen. Report 2I09 blank subject IL02 attacked security agents in attempt to grab the specimen. Subject was neutralized before doing so. Oh, we're gonna get some gymnopedie. Gymnopedie. You all know that song. It's credited here. I need to see him. Wait, so did Joel raid me? Or was it a thing where like Joel raided someone else and then they raided me? Because I know Imakuni raided me. Because I don't think Joel even knows I exist. Understandably. He only has like tens of thousands of people he interacts with every day. Wait, let me check. Because sometimes Chatty doesn't show everything. For some reason. No, I don't see it listed. Oh, and Johnny also raided me. You just woke up here? Well, that's mysterious. You don't know how you got here? You just manifested one day. Oh, it went from Joel to Imakuni, Imakuni. Okay, that's what I thought. Well, actually, I've talked to Joel before because I am a part of the charity stream. Well, was. And we'd all be in voice calls, and I remember Joel was about to stream. He was really nervous, so we were just all kind of talking to him to like help him calm down a bit. And he and I ended up, because I said I'm from Minnesota, and he said something about, you know, because he knows that a lot of Swedish people, Norwegian people live in Minnesota. So we started talking about lefse together. With lefse, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but it's like a very traditional food here, and it's also very common in, I think specifically Norway, but I guess Sweden probably has it too. Calm down. No, it's just he was nervous because he was about to go live with Vine Wrestle and all of that. And you know, when you're streaming for like the big charity stream stuff, it's, you know, feels a little more special. So I can totally understand people being more nervous than usual despite streaming every day. It's like, oh, this is a special event and I have a limited amount of time. There's more people watching than usual and all that. So oh, thanks for the follow. Wet farts. I wonder if these two chat members know each other, because we have why is my butt sweaty and we have wet farts. It's like they're meant to be. Swedish people are usually docile. I even get the shivers from starting my YouTube stream. All right, Abraxas. Now that there's nothing more to do, I must do what I promised my father. There's the song. I've got the vaporwave version of the song. I have to get that book he told me about. And read his instructions on how to avoid the end. Got to do this fast. They've already took over everywhere. Whoop! I can't believe they took over everywhere. It's insane. Okay, putting volume way down. So you're talking about, yeah. I remember there was I saw some comment, I think it was talking about Finnish people, and it said like the stages of Finnish dating, and it was like first base is making eye contact, second base is holding hands, and third base is having a conversation or something like that. I don't know, but I can relate. Okay, we got crust. Oh, we already got wandering spirits. Did I make it too quiet? I know this is a mistake. If you think a horror game is too quiet, it's usually not correct. Okay, I'll put it slightly up. Oh. Oh. They start eating you by the dreams. I can still get out. Interesting. Okay, so I have to find a book. I don't think I have a clue. Oh, okay. Good thing I thought to click the mouse. 2E08. 2E, ting, ting, okay. So I'm guessing 2 is the second floor, so I had to go up the stairs. I mean, this is just like regular library experience. And the people chasing you are the extremely bored library staff wanting to help you. No, it's okay, I'll find it myself. Okay, E must be the east wing, which should be over here. Oh, come on. I think this is my last life. What is balance? Oh, I can still make it. Okay, 2E08. And 2E2, 2E3, 2E4, 2E5, 6. No, please. Aha. God, I've got to get out of here quick. Oh my god. I did it? Now what's in the book? When there is nothing more to do, give yourself to the void. Alright. Already beat you to it. I worked at the void. Ooh, this is cool. Oh no, this is gonna get the video muted, isn't it? Da, da, da. Like that. Do, 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 do. Oh, I'm controlling this. Oh. That's just a cutscene. But I don't think I can actually do anything. Not sure why I have control. I mean, I don't care about demonetization or anything. It's just some reason there's some songs that are like mega blocked. I just want to see what the end of this is before I explain a weird situation. Okay, so there was a VR chat. Like, there's a lot of live, like, electronic music performed on shows and on the VR chat, and I just recorded like 20 minutes of one set that I thought was really good because like the visuals, everything was just fantastic. And I was going to make it just an unlisted video just to show people because it was too big to put on like streamable or a Discord or anything. Wasn't going to make it a public thing. And then when I looked at the copyright stuff, it was the most blocked thing I've ever seen. Like it was blocked in first of all, one of the songs was claimed by Sony of Japan. So the song could only be listened to if you're in Japan. Every other country in the world is blocked. It's like, what kind of like overprotectiveness is that? And not just demonetized or anything. Like straight up, you can't even open this video because our song is in it. So I couldn't even just share this clip with people. So ridiculously stupid. I'm just reading up what people are saying. Oh, thank you for the follow. Pep Bar and Sideways Toast. There's a joke. A Swede and a Finn goes drinking. They get their vodka shot, and the Swede says skull. Takes a shot. They get another shot, and the Swede says skull and drinks a shot and get another shot. Swede says skull, and the Finn asks the Swede with irritation, "Are we here to drink or to talk?" I could share it on like Mediafire. True. Well, it was video too. It wasn't just music, but it was like yeah, like I'd make it like an MP4. All right. The final disc of the night/morning. Oh, and it's by Corpse Pile. Okay, I actually know Corpse Pile in real life. I don't think he still remembers me, but pre-pandemic, I worked or volunteered at a lot of local events, especially if, oh, you can't see this, oops. I worked at a lot of, volunteered at a lot of local events, especially if they're video game related, and we have a convention called GlitchCon that went on for several years, and Corpse Pile was one of the managers of it, and I was running the VR. I had 2 Vives. So keep in mind, this is like 2017. I had 2 Vives, an Oculus Rift, and a Gear VR all set up in the same space. And it was like student projects and stuff like that was showing it up, and he helped me run it for a while because I was the only one running the whole thing, and the convention gets really crowded. And I wanted to go to some of the panels that were there, and he said like, hey, just call me anytime and I'll come stand in for you so you can see some of the panels. And he did, and he was really nice and helpful. So in Corpse Pile's games, you might not know his name, but his games are pretty memorable. He had the garage door horror game, Or it was like a childhood trauma of worrying that at the last second a monster might sneak in right before the garage door closes and it traps them inside. There's a whole game about that. And then he also has a game of the laziest criminal, where you're playing a game of a burglar that is just a ragdoll on the ground. So you're like sliding across the floor, just trying to like pick up a knife and like steal a TV, and the game has like a ton of achievements. I don't know. It's really funny horror games, what it usually does. So I'm expecting this is probably going to have a goofy twist to it. Oh, here we go. File missing. Everything is classified. We know nothing about this one. And a corpse file is working. Oh, he also was, I'm pretty sure, he was commissioned to make a Bad Ben game. I think he was the one that made that. Which, anyone that knows Bad Ben, the game was actually really funny. I thought it was just going to be like a cash grab kind of thing, which is funny to think of a cash grab connected with Bad Ben. Like, I don't know how much money that movie series has actually made. I don't know, like 30 bucks. But the game was really well done and was genuinely funny. And then he's currently working on one that is based off of games like Myst, where it's all pre-rendered environments with puzzles that you click and walk around, but there's always some kind of twist to his game. So anyway, let's see what this one's like. Not frozen, just loading. I like it already. All right. Thanks for the follow, Skitsakuga. All right. Oh yeah, I was just thinking that the whole idea of this game, the bigger game that encompasses all of these, is that they're all sequential. So this is supposed to refer to the previous game. So we got the floating dudes in black clothes with the white mask. So he's following the rules. Okay, looks like I have a set amount of energy at the bottom. Octahedron. This is going to be the conclusion to the whole game, too, so here we go. What's he watching video of? Like wars? I have to say, I'm impressed you made it this far. I am too. Reliving your death over and over again is not a weight many souls can carry. You endure the fear and pain from each cycle in hopes of postponing humanity's end? Prolonging your suffering to delay that of others is respectable. But we both know it's nothing more than a fool's errand. What is inevitable cannot be stopped. But I do enjoy watching you try. See you again soon, friend. Oh. Well, there it is. That was an iteration on the first game that we played. That was Corpse Pile's interpretation of the first game. So it's all connected. That was nice. I wonder if there's any secrets in all this. Played all of these tonight. Whew. Okay, I mean, and that's, I think, all I'm going to do. Where do I go from here? Oh yeah, I should probably sleep at 9:30 a.m. This is pretty normal. I mean, I always have like so many tabs of games, or not games, of well, games, but interesting YouTube videos up where it's like if I run out of game content, I could just watch videos, but thinking it's a bit too late / early to watch videos. But there was one video that I'll watch on my own time that's sounded interesting. It's talking about how Americans pronounce non-English words compared to how British people pronounce non-English words. And that's a subject that's interested me a lot. I know that's like quite a divergence from what we were just doing, but it's like I've noticed that like how British people pronounce Spanish words tends to be an even bigger departure from how it's supposed to be pronounced compared to Americans. And usually Americans get a bad rap for like butchering other languages' words. I don't know. I'm curious to see how the video goes. But I'll save that for another time. Yeah, but Spain is like across the sea from Great Britain. Yeah, I'll post the video in chat. I'm not going to watch it on stream. I think it's pretty long. But if anyone's interested in that, see if where did I put it? Oh, here. Get a little Silent Hill vibes while I'm finding the video. And this guy's whole channel is really interesting. It's about a lot of like linguistic talk. The video is called "Who Pronounces Foreign Words Like Pasta Right?" Like in America, you say pasta. I think even in Italian, it's pasta, but then British people are like pasta. Anyway, so here's a link to that. Yeah, I learn Mexican Spanish in America, whereas like usually Spain Spanish is taught in Europe. And there are differences. Kind of like how Europeans learn British English, whereas like Mexicans, Cubans, Canadians are more on the American English side. I am curious about like, yeah, aluminum versus aluminium. There's definitely going to be like a 2-hour long video explaining why there's a difference there. I've noticed because I watch a lot of videos about like linguistic differences between British and American versions of English, and a lot of it usually just comes down to that that the American pronunciation of, this is the most general sense, American pronunciation started as a British thing, was passed on to Americans, and then the Americans just kept using that form while the British moved on to yet another way to pronounce it. So suddenly the British way is like the more correct way, while the Americans are just using the old British pronunciation. Not for everything, but there's a lot of cases of that. Because it's like, well, we got an ocean between us. So when a lot of these, languages were evolving over time, you just kind of, lose contact with what the other English speakers on the other side of the world are doing with their language. Now is the awkward time of night / morning where nobody is streaming. Oh yeah, that's an interesting thing, like speaking of some countries using really old versions of words that like no one else uses anymore. There's that one famous island, which is like, I think it's technically, whatever the word is, like colony or property of Britain, but it's that like the most isolated society that's way in the southern Atlantic Ocean. I can't remember the name of the island, but the version of English they speak is the closest to Old English of any like modern version of English. I don't think it's Falkland. It was like, it had another name. It's a tiny island. And they had a volcanic eruption where they did a full country evacuation onto like some Navy ships. And they brought them back to UK. And then they were like, we'll give you the option that we'll give you citizenship, like to live here, or you can go back to your country that just had like massive amount of destruction from a volcano. And every single one chose to go back to their original country because they just felt that close to their origins that they could have came back to like modern society with modern conveniences, but they wanted to go back. I'll have to find the name of that island real quick and see what is it, the most isolated island in the world. Oh yeah, Tristan da Cunha. The British island group of Tristan da Cunha stands profoundly alone in the South Atlantic. The nearest landfall is South Africa at 1,750 miles east. I don't know, in kilometers, what is that? Almost 2,000? I don't know. I forget which one's longer. I think mile is longer than a kilometer, so I guess that would mean there's more kilometers. Yeah, Tristan da Cunha. It's like Tristan space DA space CUNHA. And there's a whole video on YouTube about their history too. Like so many of the people that live there are all related to one another because it was founded by like a tiny group of people. It was like 8 people. So everyone on that island is related to one of 4, I guess, people. So the result is that whatever like conditions those original people had, like, everyone on the island has. Like almost everyone on the whole island has asthma, what I understand. And because they're so isolated that they have a lot of older technology, so there's like, they use like lead paint and asbestos in their construction. I don't think they actively use it, but it's just happened to be that all of their old construction is still using like really dangerous stuff. Yeah, Iceland is like a whole thing. Like, I really like Iceland, and I've heard that there's a big recent resurgence of American interest in Iceland. It's for reasons we're not going to talk about on stream. More and more Americans are just like, fed up with being here, and like, where else can we go? But especially in the Midwest, where we love our snow and cold climates, like, where can we find similar places to here? And Iceland is very similar to my state, and I would honestly be totally fine living in Iceland, but it's like extremely hard to actually become a citizen. But I'd at least like to visit, like an extended stay, because it's just a beautiful place. I love the architecture, I love the landscape, and the seasons, or lack thereof. It's just, it would fit me so well. Yeah, sure, you can share a video. For me, Canada wouldn't be far enough away. Like, my state shares a border with Canada. Not that that makes much of a difference, but... So yeah, if I could live anywhere outside of the US, I would live in Iceland, probably. And it's a really technologically advanced country for being so far away. But the big negative is that it's very hard to find a job there, especially if you're not a citizen. In like any small country, it's very hard to get citizenship unless you marry into it. And they were very affected by the pandemic because tourism is like one of their main sources of money. And tourism saw a huge drop from the pandemic for obvious reasons. And there's a lot of companies that just won't ship to the country at all because they have to import nearly everything. And so as a result, everything is just crazy expensive. Yeah, Minnesota is like Canada Junior. Like I was watching some videos on like infrastructure and cities and all that, and they were showing, I think like Toronto, and I was like, wait, is that Minneapolis? I'm like, oh, it's not. And I realized that like so many of the Canadian cities look just like Minneapolis, where I guess Minneapolis looks like Canadian cities. So there must be very similar architects and, I don't know, city design philosophies shared between like northern, midwestern US and Canada. Seven 1,700 miles would be like 2,700 kilometers. Oh, yeah, I was trying to figure out the conversion between the two because you're talking about the most isolated country in the world. And that's how far it is from the nearest country. Who's more Canadian, Maine or Minnesota? I think Maine is further north. Well, Alaska is, I think, more Canadian than any American state because it's like shares the largest border with it and is so separated from the states. Oh, thank you for the follow. Plagiarist. It's a clever name. I like this music. It's unnerving. It's so much of the like that part of the country is such a mystery to me, like Maine. Like I hear all kinds of stuff, obviously, like about like New York and California and Texas and Florida and even like, you know, Massachusetts and all of that, but there's states like Maine where I never hear anything about Maine. And like Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, I never hear anything about those states. I hear more about like Kansas and Oklahoma and Utah. Well, Utah has Salt Lake City, which that's pretty big, but like I don't hear much about Idaho. I forget it's even there. For some reason, my mental map, I got Montana, and I keep thinking Montana borders Washington and Oregon, but no, there's a little skinny Idaho between there. Idaho sucks ass. Okay. No, it fucking sucks ass. Okay. All we really know is potatoes. And I also don't hear much about North Dakota. I hear a lot about South. Because South Dakota has Mount Rushmore. And it has the Badlands. And I've been there. And it was really cool. Oh, North Dakota has Fargo. And Fargo is not a city in Minnesota, despite what the TV series and the movie may lead you to think. Fargo is a North Dakotan city. What are other states? Well, right now, Ohio is a big meme. See, this is like I have like a cycle of disappointment that I go through with the internet and memes, because I started seeing a bunch of people talking about Ohio, and people are like, I think it even reached Germa, where it was like, what would be the most, I don't remember what he said, like what would be the most like the craziest place, or what's the like worst place in America or something, and then all of chat was like, Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. And I got my hopes up for a bit. It's like, oh, has there been some like interesting stories that came out about places in Ohio? Maybe there's like some interesting history or something like that. Like, no, it's a TikTok meme, and that's the only reason anyone's talking about it. They don't have any reason other than, my friend on TikTok said that Ohio is bad, so I'm gonna regurgitate Ohio everywhere because it's a meme, and that's it. Got my hopes up for the internet a little bit, but it's just a meme. So now the joke is that Ohio is the worst place. But I do feel like it's like an ironic joke, because it's not actually bad. It's just there's like nothing that goes on. But there's plenty of nothing states. Like a lot of times Minnesota is considered like a nothing state. But of the flyover states, Minnesota at least is, I'm trying to be unbiased here, is usually on the like upper echelon of flyover states. Like the real hardcore flyover states are like Kansas and Iowa and Nebraska, maybe Oklahoma. Oklahoma has Tulsa, and Tulsa has, I believe, America's largest collection of historically protected Art Deco buildings. And there's an Art Deco church, which is like phenomenal looking. I think if you just search like Tulsa Art Deco Church. Oh yeah, it is badass. It's like straight out of Metropolis. Looks like a villain's lair, which maybe it is, but see if I can get a good picture on stream. Art Deco in Oklahoma, it's true. Oh, here. It's a pretty good picture. Okay. OBS, can you handle me dragging this picture into you? There it is. No, that is such a awesome looking church. Let's zoom in. I'm sure it's been in movies. It's really iconic. You once made a TF2 remix song, Surprise Butts? Oh man. What's it called? You're probably within an hour's drive. It's called Boston Avenue United Methodist Church. So Boston Avenue Church. It's always confusing. Like in Minnesota, there's a city called London. And in, what is it? Isn't there like there's a New York in Wisconsin, I think. Like there's always other well-known city names, like smaller versions in other states. I think self-promotion's okay, as long as it's not like, yo, I'm streaming right now, here's my link, boo, 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 and like spamming the link in chat. I think that's the only time I would time someone out, is if they're just like, had no interest in the stream at all. They just explicitly saw that there's people here and are just throwing their link in chat. Otherwise, I think it's okay. It's because you all tend to be calm and collected, because most of you are asleep because of the time I stream. Never heard of that streamer. Wow, a lot of people playing Valheim. Oh, Mistlands update? They finally got an update? Oh, nice. Still lots of God of War. One of the Russian streamers that I watch occasionally is playing Nancy Drew, part of the Drew crew. Oh man, I could raid Zone. Those of you that know Zone, the artist, who makes like almost exclusively NSFW art. But Zone's streams are interesting though, because they stream mostly VR chat, and they have a big friend group, and they travel around and just look at all kinds of cool worlds together. I'm friends with Zone on VR chat. I talked to them once, but I tried getting into one of the instances and they ignored my request because they don't know who I am, which is totally understandable because I don't know them. The only reason I think we're friends on VR chat was because they came into a random public world and we talked for like 20 seconds. I didn't know they were a known person. They were just a robot. I see very mixed opinions in chat. Some people really like them. Some people really don't. I don't know if there's some other weird drama or whatever I don't know about, and I really don't care. But even though I'm personally not someone who cares about like NSFW, like if someone makes a living drawing like super explicit porn and all that, like, I mean, good for them. Like, I'm not against like furry art, or even though like anime doesn't appeal in the most general sense to me, not against it or anything. Just, I don't know, I didn't really grow up with it. That's not, like, for some people, like, just anime in general, it's like their lifeblood. All of their interests, all of their talents, everything stems from anime, and I don't get it. Like, I really enjoy Paranoia Agent, and of course, like, Miyazaki movies. I like Summer Wars. And I know a lot of you probably know Agent Red Jackal. She recommended me, what's it called? Angel's Egg. And I looked up this movie, and it really looks like my vibe, because it's somber. All the characters look miserable. There's a lot of like skeletons and death. Like, yeah, I'm down for that. Goku is your father figure. It's a pretty high standards. I guess the only time that, well, first of all, I realize that it's always kind of cringy to like classify all of anime because it's like, you know, we're talking about like 100,000 or more even creators or animators and stuff that all have their own blah blah blah. Usually my only thing that annoys me is just how all the people that really like it, not all of them, but most of the people that really like it, all like very similar styles, and there isn't much deviation at all. Like I feel like I have to dig deep to find anything that stands out a lot. Like when I go in the VR chat and stuff, like everyone's a similarly looking anime character. It's like, branch out, do something original and new. Have the Seinfeld anime? Yo. Man, this music is hypnotizing. I'm like forgetting that I was trying to go to bed, looking for someone to host. Oh, that's right, and I saw Zone on here, and then I got sidetracked. Zone streams a long time, too. They go, like, easily go over 12 hours. Oh, Retrograde Tom. Usually streams kind of more obscure PS1 games. We were just playing a bunch of PS1 inspired games. Maybe that would be a good host. Or raid. And I feel like it's kind of a waste of time to raid Tommy Wiseau, who's been streaming for 60 hours, which is actually more like probably like 160 at this point because the stream keeps going down. How long is the song? An hour. It's a 1 hour loop of ambience. It is the real Tommy Wiseau, but he's just streaming like Tommy related stuff. The Room, I think, is going on right now, but previously he's showing his other movies, whatever they are. He was showing PewDiePie videos of him playing that one fan game, that The Room like Flash game, I think it was, from a long time ago. It, like shockingly well made one. And I feel weird hosting someone that has no connection to me at all, or rating, because they'll be like, oh, thanks, whoever you are, haha. Or we could raid the Iceland Northern Lights webcam. Let's see if they actually have any northern lights. Usually it's just regular sky. Oh, it's daytime in Iceland right now. All right. I think it's very rare for Tommy to ever be on the Tommy Wiseau stream. Several years ago, they streamed a panel that he was at, and it looked exactly like Vinny described, where he looks like really sweaty, like he's just like dripping sweat, and then he doesn't answer any questions. He's just like, move on, next question. Good impression? No. Oh, the ESA, the European Speedrunner Association is streaming right now. They're doing Mario 64. 120 star run. Give that a watch. Okay, let's see. What game is this? What is he playing?
Go back this way. What do I make of covert nuclear op done? I was looking at that, Smuggy, because somebody that made a game we played made that game too. So I wanted to try that game. It just looks generic if you look at it.
Oh man, there's been a thing that some streams have that when they're rated by another channel, it will pick a random clip from the rating person's stream and show it on their stream automatically. And that is kind of terrifying because it's like none of my clips are like funny, or it's just someone made a clip because they missed something that happened and there's really no context and it's just me. I might not even be saying anything in the clip. It's just like someone wanted to see something. So it's like I'm the least clippable streamer imaginable. It's like I don't have any sudden crazy moments, clippable moments. There's one Sea of Thieves clip that someone made of me from a long time ago that was actually pretty cool. I was just riding the galley and we we're going like full speed and an enemy ship like sniped me from so far away with a cannonball. And it wasn't even like I had nothing to do with it. It was just kind of a cool moment. Just losing really bad. Oh yeah, it's oftentimes a very old clip that makes the other raider cringe. Like, oh god, why'd you show that? I originally thought, when I saw that system in place, I thought it was grabbing like the last few moments before a raid as you go into the channel. And I thought that would be such a horrible thing to clip, because a lot of times when people are raiding, like, I don't know who this guy is, I don't know, just fucking, I don't know, just say hi, I don't give a shit, you know. And then that's the clip that like shows up on their stream right after you raid. Oh no, what are these clips? None of my clips are like funny. Oh no. Or it's just someone made a clip because they missed something that happened and there's really no context and it's just me. I might not even be saying anything in the clip. It's just like someone wanted to see something. So it's like I'm the least clippable streamer imaginable. It's like I don't have any sudden crazy moments, clippable moments. There's... Alright, that's a pretty good clip. Nice. That would be a good one to show up. Well, thanks for clipping that. Speaking of like weird chat related things, I think if you don't already follow him, you guys should follow Charborg. He's not streaming right now, but he recently did a stream where he worked with a programmer and they made a fishing game where AI read through 2 years worth of chat logs and classified everyone based on 4 different categories, or 5 different categories. There was toxicity, horny level, obscenities, and threat level. So it looked at things that they said in their chat messages and rated them based on all of these and gave them like an actual rank. So you'd go fishing and one of the fishes would be a real member in chat, and then he'd be like, oh my god, rank 15 horny level, and he'd go through their chat logs and it's just like penis, 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 penis. Like it looks for specific phrases, but it was surprisingly good at some things. Like it was able to differentiate between just being obscene and actually being threatening. Like the AI could tell if the way that something was worded was meant to like be harmful to the streamer compared to just saying like shit and fuck or whatever. Like it could read the context surprisingly well. It was really recent. I think it might be his most recent stream. But yeah, Charborg, C.H.A.I.N. He just does this really interesting experimental streams, usually working with like weird chat integration kinds of stuff. He's part of like the C.H.A.I.N sphere. Kind of like how Vinny has like the Vinny sphere of people like Mike and like Desert P and well me, Geromatic, Great Sot, Nisha. A lot of people who are like remotely connected to Vinny in that way, and then like C.H.A.I.N has his own huge group too. And then there's crossover. I might like Genius Party. Speaking of anime, I'll write it down. Or is that a game, or is that like animated series, or what? So I know sometimes people are like, oh, it's an anime game. Compilation of different animator shorts. Oh. Wow, Twitch plays Pokemon is going on right now, and they're playing Scarlet and Violet. The old TPP. Back when Twitch plays Pokemon had like tens of thousands of people playing at once. Yeah, the Helix fossil. Oh, you mind linking the song playing right now? Yeah. Okay, here's the link to it. It is the Silent Hill Claw Finger Perfect Loop extended 1 hour. Funny thing is this video has 161 likes, 4,000 views, and the channel is named Do Not Matter and has 7 subscribers. So I think the only way that people actually found this video was from some like algorithm wizardry. Oh, and I missed, thank you for the follow, Atlantia and Jackson Stream Stuff. Okay, one last place I'll look to host before I just host this guy is I'm gonna look in the games and demos category. See if anyone else is just streaming variety. Oh, it's games plus demos. Some people actually only ever stream into games plus demos, so they're just like playing Fortnite and just stream to this category and they just never change it. Okay, a lot of Korean streamers, Spanish, Japanese, French, Belarusian, Spanish, Quebec. Where all my English speakers at? It's interesting, like, if you just barely know a language and you just open a stream of, like, someone who natively speaks that language and you just have it running, you start to feel like you're learning. And it might not be the case for languages that are harder to learn. Like, I don't think me listening to Chinese, I would ever learn any Chinese, but I know just enough Russian that I think I can actually learn from just having a Russian speaker on stream or their stream open and just listening to them talk. I don't think I would ever, just become fluent through that, but I don't know, I might learn a thing or two. I can't even tell what some of these games are that people are playing. They're just like some MMOs, I guess. Got a lot of Kingdom Hearts. Got Witcher. Overcooked. A game called Backbone. I haven't heard of this. But Purgatories feel like, yeah, it's like there is no actual stream happening here. You're just waiting in line to be piled onto the truck and dumped out on someone else's stream. Thank you for the follow, Necro Beastie. And then we got Overwatch, Valorant, Overwatch, Street Fighter, Call of Duty, Rainbow Six Siege. There's a Yakuza stream. Some racing game. Where's the variety? I want to see like a random ass itch game on someone's thumbnail and then I'll raid them. Maybe I should just search itch.io, see if that comes up in someone's stream title. Oh, what do you know? I'm the top result for that right now. Video recordings. Where's people live? I show up 3 times when I search itch.io on Twitch. What happened to this song if I slowed it down? I am actively looking at streams. I'm not just sitting here listening to this. Here, I'll speed it up. Oh, I could dance to this. Ooh, old-timey computer show. That is always a good raid. Oh, and they're streaming a video game thing. It actually isn't very common for it being on Twitch. Okay, that's an easy raid that I don't have to stress about. It shows old computer-related videos from like the 80s and 90s. And a lot of it happens, or some of it happens to be video games.
So are there any tactics at all here that are different from Rise?
Not really. The only difference in tactics is that you just see it there. So
Wait, he pronounced Ryu's name as Rai. Is that how British people pronounce that? I always said Ryu, being American. Okay, I'm gonna host old-timey computer show. Let me do that. You know, normal speed sounds way too slow now. Stop. Silence. Okay, gotta click here and then do this and then click over here. Raid. Old-timey. All right, yes. Thank you all for watching. Almost a 10-hour stream. Nice. I'm going to put this VOD up onto YouTube. It's going to be 2 videos with the C.H.A.I.N demo and its own video, and put all the rest in another one on my YouTube channel. I'm also on Twitter, and we have a Discord if you like mysterious, obscure things like ARGs and Easter eggs or anything, not even video game stuff, just kind of weird internet things. You can join my Discord, which is below the stream. It's called Ludo Crypto. A lot of people in chat right now are active members in the Discord. Okay. Have a good night, everyone, or good morning, and enjoy old-timey computer show. See videos that I watched when I was a kid, maybe. Yeah, Ludo Crypto. And sadly, the word crypto has been ruined forever. So I didn't mean it, and it has nothing to do with cryptocurrency, I promise. The rate is going through its reason. I'm still talking. I called it Ludo Crypto to mean obscure gaming. It's like Ludo is like game. Crypto is like uncertain, unknown, so sort of like a mysterious game sort of weird thing. Yeah. All right. Bye.